kind of in the Portola Hills area. That's where it seems like they're all parked. And then just above them, on the lower portion of the ridge, you can see the line of the fire, and it actually looks like it's winding its way down into the community there. It's unbelievable. And when it started, it was on the east side of this ridge.
Wow, that is incredible. The first report, I think we were getting numbers like 20 acres. But looking at this now, it really, really has exploded in the last half hour or so. And it looks like it may be burning in a couple of different areas. And of course, the concern, as it has been all day with all of the fires that we've been talking about, is the wind carrying embers into other areas. And that's been the difficulty for firefighters.
Yeah, let's go to Linda Alvarez. Brian, if you could hang on there for just a second, let's go to Linda Alvarez in the newsroom. You've got more information on this fire there, Linda.
Well, Lena, you mentioned how at first we heard that it was like 20 acres. Well, now Orange County fire officials are confirming that it is spreading rapidly and is now consumed hundreds of acres. And the main concern is that, you know, it started around 6 o'clock, but quickly it jumped, the embers just crossed over the 241 and is now possibly threatening homes. And that is what they're working to make sure that that does not happen. It started in the vicinity of Silverado Canyon and San Diego roads. That's in East Orange, about 6 o'clock. We have reports that the 241 was shut down between the 133 and the Eastern Transportation and Chapman Avenue. We're trying to confirm that right now. We also are hearing that so far there are no injuries or structural damage, but the way this fire is growing so quickly and spreading so fast that we are very concerned that homes could be threatened at this time.
All right, Linda, if you can continue to gather information, we want to go back to Brian Kearns, who is on the phone with us. Brian, is the fire actually coming towards your location, and is there talk of evacuation?
Well, I haven't heard anything on evacuation in my area because we're probably 20, maybe 15 to 20 miles away from it, but most definitely it's proceeding down into the eastern part of Irvine. I mean, that's clear. And it looks like it's a new development, Portola Hills. And the newscaster talked about the 241 or the 261 corridor freeway. I can see the line of cars. They're stopped. It's a solid line of headlights all the way south. So they've definitely stopped that road, and it is down in the valley now, and it's like the entire ridge is just above the line of the the street lights and the home lights, and so it's rapidly coming down to where there's major residential development.
Yeah, this is a frightening sight. Brian Kearns, thank you so much for sharing what you saw tonight. I also want to talk with Training Chief of the Verdugo Fire Academy, Sam DiGiovanna, who is in studio with us tonight. Did you see this area earlier, drive through it?
I just drove through there this morning. I've never seen the winds blow so hard through there. That's quite a lot of fuel in that, unburned fuel. This is just south of when we had the Anaheim fire. Sure. That a lot of area down there that just steep canyons. You know, these fires are either driven by wind, by the fuel, or the topography.
Talk about the fuels for a second, Sam. These are not trees. This is mostly just thick brush?
Thick brush. Yeah. A lot of thick brush and very steep canyons. So you have all the elements, the wind, the topography, and the thick fuel. Yeah, how about as far as populated, kind of sparsely populated? Sparsely populated, but where this fire is, there is some populated areas, and with the wind the way it is blowing, it's certainly a big concern for Orange County Fire Authority.
Well, not only that, but we had firefighters in Orange County helping us out up here in Malibu and the other areas.
That's right.
Up here.
Resources are stretched very thin right now, so very, very dangerous conditions right now. And it's just the beginning. We've talked to the meteorologists and how these winds, the sundowner is going to kick back up, and this is just day one of a several day wind event. The topography out here, I take it's very hilly. The chance of a helicopter making its way through here to make a drop is probably next to nothing. Well, not just that, but what it is fire burns 16 times faster uphill than compared to on a level surface. So when it's steep, the fuel gets preheated above it, and it just makes it that much more volatile.
And that's how we see the explosions sometimes, right? It's from the heat.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's really, really incredible. Sam, thank you so much. Brian Kearns, I hope you're still with us.
I am.
Now, you say you're about 15, 20 miles from that, but I can still hear in your voice as you're describing what you're hearing that there's a little anxiety. Can you imagine what these people who live much closer to the fire than you must be feeling right now. I mean, it's scary.
They must be panicking. This is reminiscent of the Laguna Hills fire, Laguna Beach fire that was a few years ago, because we lived in Laguna Niguel at the time, and with the winds that come through here, the Santa Anas, you know, like everybody's been saying, they're 40 to 60 miles an hour. They're blowing trees over, and it's just incredible how explosive this fire actually developed. I mean, it totally exploded and just ran down the hill from the eastern side of that ridge.
Brian, if you can hang on again there, Brian, we're going to talk to Juan Fernandez. You've been monitoring things. How bad are the winds in Orange County?
That's right. I've been checking in. Brian says he's calling in from Irvine right now. They're at about 76 degrees, so warm for this time of the night. Winds out of the east-northeast, 21 miles an hour. That's sustained winds blowing at 21 miles an hour consistently with gusts of up to 32 miles an hour. So yes, indeed, the winds and are going to be fueling a lot of this fire right here, and humidity very low right now, 7% out there in the Orange County area, specifically Irvine. And just take a look at this picture right now. It doesn't look like the winds are doing too much because the smoke is kind of lingering over the fire line there, but just the speed at which this fire expanded gives you an idea that yes, indeed, the winds had definitely something to do with that right now. So yeah, 76 degrees right now, the wind's blowing 21 miles an hour, east-northeast, which is the typical Santa Ana wind type of system with 32-mile-an-hour gusts out there. And I've been checking the forecast tonight. This should maintain throughout the evening hours, and once the sun starts coming up, then you have another factor thrown in there, and the winds should pick up once again at daybreak.
It's going to be a long night.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Let's go back and talk to the chief here for a second. Sam, you've been a firefighter in this area for a long, long time. I was thinking back to 1993, 94, when you had Laguna, you had Malibu. Do you ever remember a time in your firefighting history that we had a dozen big fires all burning on the same day?
No, I said that earlier with KCBS Channel 2 when I was working a little bit ago with them.
Sure.
93 and 2003, same situation. A lot of fire. That's the only time. You know, normally we get one or two good going brush fires, but to have this many in the first day of the wind event, that's pretty scary.
And we've been talking about this going to be one hell of a fire season because of the very little rain.
Well, and we've had a heavy rain a couple of years ago, which increased the fuel, then no rain, so it's tinder dry out there. So you just have every element that you could go against right now for this is going against it.
And we've got them from San Diego all the way up to Castaic.
Yeah, and the latest fire here that's just breaking out in Orange County, Santiago Canyon, is a perfect example of being prepared, even though you're not living in the immediate area. All morning you've probably been watching our coverage of the Malibu fire and the Santa Clarita area and Castaic and all that. I'm sure these folks in Orange County, in the area that is being threatened right now, didn't think that they might need to evacuate. So this is why it's so important for you and your family to have a plan, to know what you're going to do in case this happens in your neighborhood.
Brian, we heard that Sam, Brian, we'll get to you in a second on the phone, but Sam, we had heard earlier that it was possibly down lines, power lines in Malibu. But once the winds start kicking in, what are the possibilities that, say, a firebug, somebody out there is taking advantage of the conditions now? Because we're seeing them pop up all over Southern California.
Yeah, I would be speculating if I said that's what it was, but that does happen. Once one or two events start happening, you do notice there's quite a few that start picking up. And we do have strong winds out there, strong gusts, so power lines do come down. I'm not saying that it isn't.
Sure, but it just seems coincidental, huh?
But yeah, to have this many, when I got here, I think we had 7 fires burning. I think we're up to 12 now.
12 now.
We're almost doubled.
Yeah, and the size just keeps getting bigger and bigger. We're up to 20,000 acres in just 2 of the fires.
Yeah.
All right, Brian, you still with us?
Oh, I'm here, yeah.
All right, bring us up to date. What is it looking like from your vantage point now?
Well, right now, again, that lower ridge to the northeast side of Irvine in the Portola Hills area is just ablaze. I mean, and it looks as though there are fingers of fire lines that are going in a southwesterly direction, as well as being on top of the ridge. And from my vantage point, I can again see all of the emergency equipment the lights flashing, and they're right below that ridge. So it looks like they've sort of made a stand right there, and that's where they're going to battle it, from what I can tell.
Yeah, all right. Brian Kearns, thank you so much for sharing what you've seen with us tonight. There, you're looking on your screen right now, a live shot of the Santiago Canyon fire, which is growing and growing by the minute. We're going to try to get some more information. Meanwhile, we are still keeping an eye on the Agua Dulce fire. Gary Lineberry's flying above in Sky 9 to give us an update on what the situation looks like now. Gary?
Well, Lena, we continue to watch this fire burn out of control. We're looking here along the Sierra Highway here. Dave Malkoff was down there by the Moose Lodge when he gave his report just a few minutes ago, and this is the fire that he was looking at burning up on the ridge and over the ridge alongside the Sierra Highway, west of the Sierra Highway. It is burning slowly across here and puts out a lot of light, and a lot of embers are blowing, but we haven't seen the fire grow much. In fact, we've watched it diminish in size, so that's a good sign. But again, anything can happen here. As I look out to the north where I can't fly because it is so dark, I see dozens and dozens of fires up there that are all part of this massive 10,000 acre fire that started around noon today and was, or a little after noon, and it was up to 10,000 acres by about 4 or 5 o'clock. So a tremendously fast moving fire that has come down here. Unfortunately, they lost some structures over in the Canyon Country area, but that area now is settled down completely. Not much fire, even to visible fire over around that area at all. A lot of mandatory evacuation still taking place here. Earlier, I thought the fire was in the Santa Clara riverbed. I had misidentified that in the dark. Actually, it is this ridge of hills here that is just west of the Sierra Highway. So it is not in the Santa Clara riverbed at this time. Probably will not be. It could be if it spots down there. But the winds, we watch the winds down there. It's a little bumpy up here where we are. They seem to be increasing, but they don't seem to be increasing too much on the ground. Now, as the fire moves closer to homes down there that are west of Whites Canyon Road and east of, west of Sierra Highway and east of Whites Canyon Road, that's the area where the fire is getting closest to structures, and there is a lot of fire equipment down there. I spoke with Chief Pilot Tony Moreno from the LA County Fire Department about a half hour ago. He was over in Malibu. He says that the aircraft from up here have gone back to their base for crew change and relief here, and unless there are some specific threats to structures down here, there will be no more helicopters out here tonight. The stuff that is burning out in the wilderness here will just burn. They can't really work aircraft out in those dark areas, but if it does become a threat to structures, which right now there is no imminent threat to any structures at this time, the helicopters will not be here. There are still some working over in Malibu, and they will be standing by over there as well at their Fire Camp 8. So things are looking better here, but looks can be deceiving, and certainly no one is dropping their guard here in the Canyon Country area. The fire that started about 12 miles away and moved down here in a very short time, burning more than 10,000 acres and taking out at least 5 structures that we know of. Sadly, those homes were a complete loss, it appears, but for right now, we just have fire burning out here in the open area, and firefighters are waiting to see what happens with that particular fire. Reporting live overhead, I'm Gary Lineberry in Sky 9. Now back to you.
All right, Gary, we're going to go from the cockpit there in your helicopter. Let's go down to the ground now. Mary Beth McDade is live on the ground in the Canyon Country area. Mary Beth, you can see that your hair is blowing quite a bit there. It's obviously windy.
Rick, this wind is just unbelievable. I just quick show you our vantage point right there. You can see that's the Agua Dulce fire burning. We are off the 14 freeway. Grant, if you just come with me, we're going to go right over. We have a lot of families here. This is where they've evacuated. We're off the 14 at the the Golden Valley exit. Tell me, you guys, who can we talk to here? Tell me about having to pack up all your stuff, and what are you guys doing here?
We're trying to like leave this place.
Okay, why is that? What's happening at your home?
Getting burned off. It's getting burned.
Okay. All right, great. We have another family over here that we can talk to. They packed up right to the rooftop with all their stuff. Ma'am, tell me, what brings you guys here?
Evacuated the home, took everybody, all the cars, and some clothing, just what we have on our backs.
You know, as you guys sit here and you look at that whole hillside just burning up, what is going on in your mind right now?
Just unbelievable.
Okay.
Just unbelievable.
Bring me through what the last few hours have been like for you.
Just trying to evacuate, get the kids out, the cars out, all the cars, there's 4 cars, all the kids, and just to, leave, get down the hill. We're in Shangri-La Homes, and that's where all the fire is right now.
So you're watching where you think is where your home is?
It's circling, yes, it appears that it's circling. Not quite sure since it's so dark, but
How
it
close
looks
were
like
the flames when you the last check when you were coming down from your home?
We were up against the last ridge of the homes near the schools, Leonora Cox School.
Okay, and ma'am, you have your children, you have your husband, your car is packed. What are you going to do tonight now?
Go to Grandma's.
Okay,
Go to Grandma's.
Best of luck. I hope that your home makes it through this safe and sound. Thank you for talking to us. Well, that's going to do it for us just off the 14 freeway with a lot of evacuated families here. We'll be sure and check in with you guys in a little bit. Back to you.
Mary Beth, as you look down from Golden Valley down to the 14, have you got a view of the 14? Is there a lot of evacuation underway on the 14?
You know, Rick, surprisingly, we're going to move over here and just show you both lanes seem to be moving along where I am. Of course, I am at the 14 freeway, not too far from where it splits off from the 5. So can you guys see it out there? The traffic seems to be moving well in both sides. A lot of people, they seem to be packing up all their belongings and then coming here.
That's the Santa Clarita, Agua Dulce, Canyon Country area. There's actually fire up in the Ventura County Fire.
To travel right to the area, Piru, Fillmore. Let's go Holcomb in Copter 13. And Jim, give for the school.
It's a very, very large. Once again, this is probably one of the ones I've seen today in Agua Dulce, and it was quite a bit of flames over there. But this has got a lot larger area, a huge area right here. And once again, the park area that you're talking about, I believe, is on the southeast portion of where this fire is burning. We also had a little bit of a wind shift. Looks like the winds are pretty much blowing to the south right now, at least from the way the smoke is working its way. We don't see any fire crews out here as far as air people, helicopters or any airplanes or anything like that. And we don't see anybody on the ground, so it's a good possibility they're trying to contain this fire to this rugged area and let it burn its fuel out till tomorrow morning when they can get a handle on it. The good news is we haven't heard of any structures actually being burned, so there's a lot of structure protection going on. Although again, we are getting word that the Portola Springs area has been evacuated. That area down here in the Silverwood area.
Well, certainly they've got the traffic under control. Just that one intersection you showed, there's an officer out there directing traffic. And that's one of the key things is to, obviously for the Sheriff's Department to get their people in place to control the flow of traffic, because then the fire department can get in and can start managing the area.
Right now, I don't know if we can find that. If we can go back to that residential area.
You only have about 30 seconds here, Jim.
Okay, if we can go back to that residential area, we do see some fire apparatus doing protection in that neighborhood right there. But we'll try to come back and get it for you later.
All right, that sounds great. Once again, you are looking live from Newscopter 13 over Orange County.
This is the 5th fire that we have been keeping an eye on. The Malibu fire, one in Fontana, Castaic, Agua Dulce, Canyon Country, and now down in the Orange County area.
All starting before 5 a.m. in Malibu. Malibu now seems to be a distant memory, but we're keeping an eye on it. You'll hear more about that tonight on the Fox 11 10 o'clock news, as well as all of the fires that have been going on in Southern California today. All of the fires Susan just mentioned, not only on Fox 11 News, but myfoxla.com, and then My 13 News at 11 o'clock tonight. Jeff Michael, Susan Hirasuna. Good night.
A woman is forced to face her attacker again.
You did the one thing that you're supposed to do. Survive.
Next SVU.
Tonight at midnight on My 13.
To the left.
Hello? Quick question.
And now a new fire down in Orange County. We have a team of reporters covering the firestorm. Tonight, the most dangerous fire line is on the Agua Dulce fire. Flames are moving toward Canyon Country, and this entire area tonight is under a mandatory evacuation. We begin with Gary Lineberry live tonight in Sky 9 above Canyon Country. Gary?
Well, Glenn and Pat, I don't think there's anyone on the Southland that doesn't know the fire activity that's going on here today. Some may not know that this fire started around noon up in the Agua Dulce area with tremendously high winds blowing on it, and it moved in about 4 or 5 hours all the way down here to Canyon Country. Some 10 or 12 miles, I would estimate. It has consumed about 10,000 acres is what the fire department is reporting, and as it did, it hopscotched its way down here, causing many little separate fires, and as I look out there now, I can see dozens of separate fires. But when it got down here in the Canyon Country area beyond Sierra Highway, it unfortunately got over by some structures, and they lost 5 homes. We believe 5 homes in the Canyon Country area. But that fire has abated now, and as we look down here, we see some fire burning just north of the Sierra Highway ridge that is just west of Sierra Highway. That fire is burning out of control, but it is out in an open area and not really threatening any structures at this time. So again, over 10,000 acres of burn, hundreds and hundreds of firefighters. The aircraft were here until dark. Helicopters worked a little bit after dark, but now they have gone back because the high winds and turbulence down there, they really can't work except in and around structures, and there's no real fire moving near structures right now. So the firefighting helicopters have returned to their base, but they're available to come back out and give what assistance they can if the fire does approach structures here again in the Canyon Country area. Again, I know of 5 structures that were lost. There may be more. A lot of that information is difficult to get while the fire is in progress, but as we look now, we see just dozens and dozens of small fires out here in remote areas that will be attended to throughout the night. They'll probably just burn out there because they're inaccessible, and then at first light tomorrow they'll get out there as best they can with aircraft and other crews and try to deal with those. But they are in a remote area, not threatening any structures, and those that are threatened by structures, they have brought in dozens and dozens of engine companies and firefighting personnel to protect structures as the fires approach any homes here in the Canyon Country area. That is the latest from overhead. I'm Gary Lineberry reporting live from Sky 9. Now back to you.
Oh, wow. Looking at these flames here, Gary, since I was last on the air with you, this certainly seems to be an ominous situation. We know that some other fires have broken out tonight, one particularly in the Orange County area. But this seems to be pretty the one that firefighters are having the most problems with. Now, I believe we have narrowed down one area in the Plum Canyon area between Soledad and White's Canyon.
Area where the fire actually took out the structures over there, up Camp Plenty Road in that area, Plums Canyon, Whites Canyon, north and west of Canyon High School. That's where they lost some structures in that particular area. That has laid down now to practically invisible. I can't even see the fire down there. But what we're seeing over here, and this is what we'll see throughout the night as this fire moves through the remote areas here alongside, paralleling the Sierra Highway. It'll move into a pocket of grass and brush and flare up, and then it'll consume that fuel and it'll lay down again. And we watched that action go up and down for the last couple of hours up here as we've been overhead. The winds continue to blow very, very strongly out here. They're not laying down. Sometimes at night winds will lay down, but typically, and I think now the forecast is that this wind event is supposed to go on day and night for several days, and that of course is not good news for the firefighters. But at least for now, the fire is continuing to burn away from structures at this moment. That could change at any time, but a lot of equipment down there waiting for that change and ready to deal with it.
All right, Gary Lineberry, live in Sky 9. We will get back to you in Canyon Country in a few minutes. Right now, we mentioned a new fire tonight, this one in Orange County. KCAL 9's Linda Alvarez live now in the newsroom with the details on this newest fire in Orange County. Linda?
Well, Glenn, the number of fires in Southern California just keeps growing. Nearly a dozen burning right now. And this new wildfire is spreading very quickly in Orange County. It's spreading along the 241 on the Eastern Transportation Corridor. As you can see this video from our helicopter, it is now burning hundreds of acres in that San Diego Canyon area. It started in the vicinity of Silverado Canyon and San Diego roads in East Orange. It started just about 6 p.m. tonight. On the left side of your screen, you can see home video that was shot by one of our viewers and emailed to us. You can see the smoke and the flames there. Very frightening. In fact, one of our viewers told us, his name is Brian Kearns, he was on the air and he said that he had never seen anything like this. We understand that the 241 is closed right now. It is closed between, let's see here, I have the information, between the Eastern Corridor and Chapman Avenue, between the 133 and Chapman. And also we have another road closure for you down there in Orange County. That is the eastbound and the westbound 91 to the southbound 241. This is a long line of fire, and we are told by the Orange County Fire Department that homes could be threatened in that area. The winds have carried the embers across the 241 toll road, and it is a very frightening sight for anyone down there in Orange County. We're keeping watch on this. Our first video was from a security camera in Orange County, in Irvine, and it was just amazing to see the camera just shaking. The winds were very intense, and now we can see the flames firsthand. Back to you in the studio.
All right, thank you for that, Linda Alvarez, and we'll be getting back to Linda throughout the evening. Now, we know residents of Canyon Country are rushing to get out of the area with whatever they can. You can see our Jaime Garza there. He's live now in Canyon Country with more on the evacuations. Jaime.
Pat, we're on a street called Walnut Springs. The street parallels Whites Canyon Road just a block east of there at Rainier Street. This neighborhood is called North Oaks. This is a densely populated neighborhood, hundreds of homes out here, and at this hour it is a home that is under a mandatory evacuation. I'm going to show you down the street so you can understand why firefighters, why the authorities want people out of this neighborhood. You can see the flames there along the south flank of that hill over there. Sometimes the flames lie down as they are right now, and it feels like it's far, far away, and then all of a sudden you'll see it 30, 40 feet in the air, and you feel like it's right on top of you. The last thing anybody wants out here is to have homeowners in the way of these fire trucks that are moving from one location to another here. Now, a sheriff's deputy has been driving through here using his loudspeaker on his patrol car to order people out, and we've been seeing very little resistance for a good 40 to 45 minutes. We saw nothing but bumper to traffic here. Now, the folks had been preparing for this, thank goodness, packing their cars and trucks, so they were ready, but we're still seeing quite a few homeowners who are waiting until the very last minute. I don't know if that's a very good idea, and I'm speaking now from personal experience today. We were situated in a spot in this neighborhood on the top of the hill where we thought we were out of harm's way, and in an instant we came face to face with a tall wave of orange flames charging at us. There were a lot of people around us who were just taking pictures, casually watching this fire, and there it was, and people just started to run. Here now are some of the people who couldn't believe how unpredictable and how fast-moving this wildfire has been.
Oh yeah, I can see it coming down. The embers are landing. One just landed on the ground in front of me, and they're landing in the trees right across the street at the school. My brother and sister went to that school, and I used to live a couple houses right up here, and it's just red. There's flames everywhere. This fire is out of control. It's too close for me. I want to get out of here right now. I can't hardly breathe. I can hardly breathe.
Yeah, it's scary. I just hope our house is going to be here when we get back. But I grabbed the important things, the kids, the animals, and important papers, some clothes, and that's it. And pray. Hope we have a home. Come back.
There you see the results of these strong winds here in Canyon Country. A tree toppled over. We saw a lot of these trees like this throughout the area. The winds here have been blowing at about 20 to 30 miles an hour. Gusts, we believe, 60 to 70 miles an hour. Let me get out of the way here. Here goes one of those sheriff's deputies making sure that people are getting out of the area here. There he goes, just double checking. But again, you can still see people on the sidewalk just waiting to get until the last second. Yes, it has been a big challenge for folks around here. And again, this fire has been hopscotching through the areas around here. So even though it looks like that fire may be far away, these glowing embers can drop on one of these homes and it can go up in flames. So again, the warning tonight, get out of the way if they're asking you to get out of the way. And again, this neighborhood of hundreds of homes where hundreds of families live, mandatory evacuation. Now is the time to get out, just in case. We're live this evening in Canyon Country. I'm Jaime Garza, KCAL-9 News. Back to you guys in the studio.
All right, thank you for that, Jaime. And we are hitting this Canyon Country fire hard as well. We have reporters spanned out all across the area. In fact, we're going to go live now to our Josh Rubenstein. He's live in Canyon Country. Josh?
Yeah, we are just above where Jaime is on Whites Canyon Road near the Canyon Crest housing development. In fact, I'm going to see if we can walk down here. You got flames right behind me here. And what we have are these embers that are burning right across the road when these winds kick up. Now, I was in Malibu earlier this morning, and I would say the winds are as bad, if not worse, than what we saw this morning. Here you got a nice clean shot at really what is going on all around Canyon Country. For my about 180 degrees, I see different patches of flames. That really has been the problem with this fire, with these terrible gusts moving across Whites Canyon, moving across Sierra Highway. Here's one, and it's hard to stand up sometimes when these gusts come across. We're talking about 50-mile-an-hour gusts, 60-mile-an-hour gusts. This morning in Malibu, 108-mile-an-hour gusts. And as I said, in 180 degrees around me, I've got flames spotting all the way in these neighborhoods here in Canyon Country. Certainly, the residents taking it very seriously. Sheriff's deputies, as you see right here behind me, taking it very seriously, making sure that residents get out. It is somewhat apocalyptic when you see people, residents, just walking up the street, walking out of those neighborhoods roads. They're coughing from the smoke. You can see I've got the goggles on right now because the embers that are blowing across the road. The wind really is fierce, and that has been the big problem here in Canyon Country. Again, fires all around me right now. Back to you in the studio.
All right, thank you very much, Josh. Well, it's kind of hard to believe that this is spread from the starting point, which was Agua Dulce. KCAL-9's Christine Lazar was our first reporter on the scene this afternoon. She now joins us live with the very latest from Agua Dulce. Christine?
We have some new information tonight, very important information for evacuating residents. We are here at the corner of Agua Dulce Canyon Road and Sierra Highway, and you can see this checkpoint behind me. California Highway Patrol is allowing residents who live along Sierra Highway to go in and get their belongings before they evacuate. But I am told there are power lines down north of Davenport on Sierra Highway, and apparently one car tried to go through that area even though the road was closed, and those power lines damaged their vehicle. So the numbers tonight: 10,000 acres, 10 structures destroyed, 3 people injured. And if you want to know just how powerful and fast moving this fire was, we have some video shot earlier today as residents began to evacuate. A homeowner desperately trying to save his property slipped and fell, tumbling down a hill into hot spots and cacti. Okay? Agua Dulce residents running through the streets as flames came within feet from several homes. Families packed up their belongings in a mad rush to evacuate their homes as the fire grew from a few dozen acres to 2,000 in a matter of minutes.
It was just starting, and like in about a half an hour, it just started going crazy.
So when you look at it, I mean, how would you judge this fire? Is this one of the biggest ones you've seen over here?
We've been here 5 years, and this is the only one I've seen this close here in 5 years.
Firefighters launched an intense attack from the air and on the ground on this fast-moving blaze. Wind gusts have reached upwards of 50 miles an hour and are continually changing direction. And it is those winds that are making this fire so tough to fight. And since the sun has gone down, those winds have only picked up. And as we mentioned, 3 people injured, burned in this fire, civilians, no firefighters, however, injured. And again, 10 structures at this point have burned. The 2 evacuation centers at this hour, Quartz Hill High School and Saugus High School. Again, some residents allowed into the area to get their belongings and their animals, but so important tonight to get your stuff and get out. It not only makes it easier for firefighters, but of course, it's a lot safer for you. Live in Agua Dulce, I'm Christine Lazar, KCAL-9 News.
All right, thanks for that report, Christine. And as we've been talking about all night, the weather has played a major role in spreading these brush fires around Southern California. And from what we understand, they are still gusting tonight. We saw Josh Rubenstein there with goggles on, trying to protect his vision because of the high winds kicking debris around. Kai Goldberg, you've been watching this all night. Of course, we'd like to hear some good news, but don't know if you can give it to us.
It doesn't look that great in terms of moving further and further into this evening. Tonight's Sunday night, we're going to see these winds continue to rush through the passes and the canyons. Red flag warnings, high wind warnings will continue to persist throughout the Southland well into Tuesday afternoon. On your screen right now, you're looking at sustained wind speeds. These are wind speeds that are constant and continual for you. Up along the I-5 near the Fraser Park area right now, 29 miles per hour. These winds coming out of the east and the northeast. Oxnard, 22 miles per hour. Apple Valley at about 18 miles per hour. Lancaster, Palmdale area, anywhere from 13 to 20 mile per hour sustained wind speeds all across Southern California. And the problem we're having again is the spotting. We're seeing these vortexes. These fires are actually creating their own weather, like we spoke about throughout the evening, throughout the entire day. It started in Malibu, now Agua Dulce, Orange County, the latest fire that we're talking about. And we have some extremely dry conditions out there. In Malibu right now, 6% humidity readings, winds out of the north-northeast at 27 miles per hour. Again, these are sustained winds. We're talking about gusts, folks, from 60 to 75 miles per hour. And we're going to continue to just go through these conditions over and over again throughout the next 24 to 48 hours. Not only that, but we're about to get a lot warmer. Tomorrow, temperatures downtown Los Angeles are going to get into the mid-90s. That means the valleys well into triple digits. It's going to be a hot day out there. And again, tonight, though, it's very deceptive out there, especially in the high desert areas where folks are fleeing their homes, they are evacuating, bring jackets, bring sweaters with you. It is going to get really, really cold out there. Dry conditions, that dry air is going to make it much colder for you out there as you spend the night possibly in the car or spend a couple of hours in the car or trying to get to a friend or a family's home. Could take some time out there. So once again, please wear some sweaters or some jackets. And that goes for the folks along the coastal communities as well. Could get pretty chilly out there. Temperatures into the mid to lower 50s. Agua Dulce Canyon Country, 11% humidity. That dew point at about 10 degrees. Winds there sustained at 20 miles per hour out of the northeast. Temperature currently 66 degrees. And in Orange County, again, that third fire that just began a little while ago, 7% humidity. Winds out of the northeast at 26 miles per hour. Dew point there 6 degrees. Current temperature a little warmer, 76 degrees, but all in all, we're going to continue once again, Pat and Glenn, to see these really strong winds move. These are, we went from sundowner winds, now we're moving well into those nighttime hours. Fixed wing aircraft can't fly out there, just the helicopters. Winds coming down from Santa Barbara through Ventura County, right through the passes in the canyons. And again, we are seeing the extent of some very strong winds and some dry conditions here in Southern California.
Now that fire burning uphill too, which is not a good thing.
No.
All right. Thank you for that, Kai. Well, moving on here to talk about Malibu, we want to tell you about some evacuations right now. 1,500 people have been evacuated in Malibu. The wildfires have burned at least 5 homes along with a church and a landmark castle. KCAL-9's Mark Kukin has been in Malibu all day. He joins us this evening with the latest. Mark?
I think I can give you pretty good news from Malibu, at least where my vantage point is, and that is we see nothing bad going on. No hot spots. Look out over the area at the mouth of Malibu Canyon where the fire first came out of the canyon and enveloped the area where people live. We see no glowing embers, no hot spots, no electric lights because the power is out, only the occasional flash of a red light that's on top of a fire truck. But behind me here, this is the Presbyterian Church, the Malibu Presbyterian Church. The interior of the church continues to flare up from time to time, so it's going to get special attention from the county fire department. Evening at the Malibu Presbyterian Church, continuing to smolder after flames from the Malibu Canyon fire gutted it this morning. County firefighters wrenched away dangling metal and blasted away at flames within. It'll be like this all night, standing guard after a chaotic sunrise. You could see it from Pacific Coast Highway. In fact, you couldn't miss it. Locals call the home the Castle, perched on a knoll above the west flank of Malibu Canyon Road. This morning, it was about the first structure engulfed by the flames that came screaming down the canyon with the wind. By the time firefighters got to it, the castle was too far gone to be saved.
The winds were blowing, visibility was almost zero, and we were assigned to structure protection. And fire managed to find a small hole in the house to get in, and we tried badly to save the home, and hey, we couldn't do it.
The castle reportedly is owned by the former Princess Lily of Iran. Firefighters brought out several paintings from the period of the Shah of Iran, including a portrait of Princess Lily's father. The castle is a frequent location for charitable events. Ever seen winds like this?
Yeah, a few of the Malibu fires are usually like this. It's just, it's very unfortunate, but man, it's just, it's crazy out here.
Just down the road from the flaming castle, another landmark destroyed. The Malibu Presbyterian Church was a gutted ruin. The pastor was able to save some things from the church office before the flames closed in.
We grabbed hard drives and computers and important paper documents, but then the embers were starting flying and we knew we had to get out. So we went home and turned on the news and saw that the church had burned down.
You saw it on television?
We did, unfortunately.
In the encircling flames and choking smoke, neighbors pitched in to get pets to safety.
Someone insisted I forget the photographs and just grab the cats. Another friend has a couple golden retrievers and she's in Martha's Vineyard, and panic calls coming through to get the dogs out.
Along streets like Harbor Vista and Malibu Knolls, hillside streets that branch off Malibu Canyon Road, the firestorm destroyed a home here and there, but most survived because of the work of firefighters and residents.
It all depends on how important your house is to you. We came and we just battled it and did what we could do.
You have a hose yourself, a garden hose?
We did. Hoses and buckets. And these wonderful firefighters who, helped save our house.
All right now we're going to go back up to Canyon Country with Josh Rubenstein, where it looks like another structure is on fire, Josh.
Yeah, you know, all night we've been watching these flames come close to homes, and firefighters doing a phenomenal job keeping those flames back. But we have found one structure right now from our vantage point. Again, we're off of White's Canyon, just above Canyon Crest, the Canyon Crest development, where we are watching a structure burning. I do not know if this is a structure that was occupied before, under construction, what the nature of it is, but you can clearly see from our picture there that it is engulfed in flames, and certainly those embers flying off and causing other spot fires here in the Canyon Country area. Again, extremely windy. These gusts are tremendous, almost pushing me over at times, and certainly whether this was a house under construction or a house that was built, or we only hope that the occupants did heed warnings and got out. Right now we see just a host of fire crews up and down the street right now, again doing a phenomenal job pushing any flames back, and in just the time I was here there was a spot flame right next to me. They came and they mopped that up very quickly. If you're making your way around Canyon Country, I can tell you it is a mess throughout Santa Clarita and Canyon Country. Sierra Highway is backed up. It's just a parking lot on Sierra Highway right now, but that's what we are looking at, this structure here in Canyon Country. It looks like it is engulfed in flames.
Josh, are firefighters putting water on that fire right now?
You know, it's so far away, I can't tell what the attack mode is over there. I can tell you that from my vantage point here, where I'm a little bit above it, I can see fire trucks all the way up and down the street right now, so I can only assume that they are doing their best. It gets to a point where once that house is gone, they need to move on to the next one and make sure that those embers don't start more fires. So you take your losses and you make sure that you keep it down as small as possible.
You know, it's kind of hard to tell from the angle, but you know, you're looking through trees at that house. If those trees catch on fire, you've got a real mess there and a real problem with embers. Are those trees right on top of that house?
Yeah, you know what's funny is I actually was the way I spotted that it was a house. I told my my cameraman Jacob to go shoot those trees that were getting on fire, and it looks like it was just the house right now. Yeah, those are pretty big trees. In fact, there are some mature trees as you get higher up in the hills over here. When you get down to some of the lowlands, there's more development, but some of those mature trees certainly pose a big problem, especially if they crest, where the fire goes to the top of the tree, and in some cases, some of the very mature trees burns from the inside out. So that is certainly a problem in these hills in Canyon Country.
Well, I tell you, just listening to you, Josh, we can't help but notice that the wind and just it's howling right now, and that sounds ominous under your own narration of what we're looking at in this picture with this home up in flames in the middle of those large trees there. It looks so surreal, and we're also looking at shots now of, I believe that's a fire truck or an emergency vehicle moving down the street there.
Well, what they're doing right now is they're protecting this Canyon Crest neighborhood. The good news here, I had a couple of people who were walking down from up to the north of my location here on White's Canyon, and they tell me that all is okay up that way. So really the problem is down here as we get into more of this little bowl effect here, so to speak.
Josh, is that just an isolated house that's kind of off by itself?
Say it one more. It looks like it actually is. It's hard to tell at night. Say, what is that again, Jake? It's at the top of a hill, so yeah, it looks like it is isolated. And again, in this situation, even if you've done your best brush clearance, you've got these embers blowing off, and the embers can pop over miles away. It doesn't make a difference if you've done good brush clearance.
You know, that is sad to look at, because if it's a house on top of a hill, obviously that was somebody's dream home. They probably spent years saving the money to build that thing, and they got $1 million view, and then they have to look at this. That's awful.
If you guys can hear me, there's my photographer actually says he thinks he sees somebody who's actually trying to either help out firefighters, get something out of the house, or something up there. But this should be a lesson to all of you. When the firefighters say it's time to go, it is time to go. You cannot do anything. We've seen a lot of people who have taken their garden hoses and they're going to try and fight the fire themselves. These flames are too big for that, and really let the professionals do it. They've been doing a spectacular job. If you think about these winds, and Pat, you said it, man, I've never seen anything like this as far as winds go. You know, they're doing a phenomenal job containing this to only a few structures.
Only a few structures, and Josh, thankfully, no firefighters have been injured, and that is amazing when you think about the acreage that is burned here in this particular area, 10,000 plus. Josh, we have a shot from Gary Lineberry in Sky 9, which is a totally different view of this home. I must say, from what we're looking in your picture right now, Gary, it looks so much larger.
Well, it is just a sad situation here. That structure obviously is completely gone, completely lost. I wouldn't have known that's on a hill. Josh couldn't even tell that from being on the ground. But looking down there in the dark, you can't tell that. You just don't get any depth perception. But obviously, sitting up on a hill like that, the fire comes up, a few embers blow in there, and that's the result. Now, the big concern the firefighters have right now, as Josh mentioned, is embers blowing from that, and you can see how strong the wind is, and you heard the wind on Josh's microphone. He was talking about the strong winds down there, and the big concern is embers blowing from that straight downwind, and there are a lot of homes directly downwind from that house. So as we pull out and tilt up a little bit, you'll see that there are plenty of lights on homes just downwind from that house right there. There they come into view right now. So that's what they're concerned about. We can push back in on the fire now, Mike. I just wanted to give you a perspective of the embers can easily carry that far away and further in these strong winds, and that's what causes these fires to move, this 10,000 acre fire to burn and move these 12 miles in just a few hours. That's the kind of thing that causes it. So we see a lot of equipment there downwind of that fire, pre-positioned, ready to deal with any embers that might come their way, but this one is a total loss, and in an hour or so it'll just be a pile of glowing coals. Now back to you.
Gary, that looks like that was a pretty sizable home or sizable estate maybe even.
Yeah, it's a pretty good sized home. Being up on the hill like that, like you said, they probably someone's dream home. They had looks like a nice veranda, a porch, or a deck out there, and a big home, and view all the way around, 360-degree view, or pretty much that, and just a complete and total loss. What a shame.
Yeah, it certainly is, and we were talking about the trees that are surrounding this home, Gary, just tall, majestic trees, but of course that can also just bring more fuel for this fire, unfortunately.
And look at them whipping there.
This is a very dangerous situation here, as Gary Lineberry and Josh Rubenstein were just talking about. We just heard from Rick Dominguez, who was talking about the concern about homes in between Soledad and Whites Canyon Road. And we are certainly looking at a magnificent structure here that is totally destroyed.
We have with us in the studio Sam DiGiovanna, who's former fire chief, now an instructor in Monrovia Fire Chief. As a firefighter, when you're out there and you guys are busting your hump trying to contain these things, and you see something like this. It's not your home, but I guess at the same time, it's got to be frustrating to see this happen.
Absolutely, and you're right, it's not our home, but we take this job just like it was our home, and our hearts are into it, and we work very hard at this. I would like to bring something up, if I may, off that about evacuations that are important, because you talk about this home. What happens is we ask people to evacuate. When you're asked to evacuate, please do so. When you delay and wait until the last moment, it generally is when the conditions are at its worst. You actually impede our efforts as we're trying to get in and set up and protect your home. That's when residents are leaving in desperation. They're leaving as we're trying to come in, and it just hampers our firefighting efforts. Thus, you see a home like this. I'm not saying that's a scenario, but that does happen quite a bit.
Sam, I want to ask you about voluntary and mandatory evacuation, since I've been having to be under both at one particular time. And even voluntary, I get out of there and grab my family, but I passed so many neighbors who say, well, it's just voluntary, we're not going to leave right now. Do you have any thoughts one way or the other about that?
I think if you're being asked to voluntarily evacuate, why not just leave? Because what do you have? You're going to stay in there, just what I said, to the last minute until it's mandatory. By the time it's mandatory, the fire conditions are at their worst. Fire trucks are coming in and people are leaving. A lot of that happened in Oakland Hills, narrow streets. A lot of these hillside areas have very narrow streets. You have fire trucks coming in and people are leaving, and it slows down the progress.
Very good point. So if you're listening out there, folks, if it's voluntary, just take advantage of that, because they do say that for a reason. And Sam, I had not quite heard it explained in the way that you've just explained it to us, but it makes all the sense in the world. If that's impeding with the firefighters trying to get in there because you're trying to leave, and it creates probably a bottleneck with vehicles coming and going, then if it's voluntary, then just take heed and do it the first time you're asked to do it.
Not to mention the panic. People are panicked at that point too, and it just compounds the problem.
So basically, when those people are standing with the one gentleman today in Malibu, God bless him, but he was, we were out here with our hoses, we saved our house with the help of the firefighters, but I guess, frankly, his house probably would have been saved anyway.
Yeah, but those garden hoses aren't going to do much. The garden hoses are great for us to keep water going in our truck because sometimes we're not hooked up to a fire hydrant or the hydrants aren't working because there's so much fire trucks up there using the water. We just want to use your garden hose just to keep our water tanks full. So the garden hoses aren't going to do much in the way of putting out these fires.
Let me ask you, I've heard this before. When you do evacuate, if you evacuate when you're supposed to, should you turn those hoses on a little bit before when you leave so the water is actually running, or just leave them off?
Just leave them off.
Just leave
water
them off.
Pressure, most of those areas are going to have very poor water pressure because we're tapped into the water supply.
Okay, well, some good advice, and I hope some people who aren't in danger tonight, who may be in the future, certainly heed his warning and do what they say.
That's right, and the way these fires have been burning and these winds have been whipping up, it seems like another fire breaking out every couple of hours or so. We started out today with 8 brush fires in particular, talk about, of course, the Malibu fire, the Castaic fire, and now we're talking about Agua Dulce Canyon Country, but there have been smaller brush fires. Orange County for one, San Diego County, and the night is still young, as it were. It's just 8:30 sundown, came at 6:12 p.m. A lot of those helicopters had to be pulled off, dropping water over so many of these fires. The fixed-wing aircraft no longer can fly, and now we are faced with embers jumping from one rooftop to the next and just adding more fuel to these fires. And with wind conditions as they are and the low level of humidity, it just makes it right for these fires just to continue to break out.
And what you're watching here is a house in Canyon Country, the latest structure to burn. We believe at this point, we know of at least probably 7 structures, 5, 6, 7 structures that have now burned in that area since the fire started. This was one of those fires that just absolutely exploded. It started about 1 o'clock this afternoon. It was a couple of acres and it was 50. Quickly it was 500 and it just exploded to more than 10,000 acres. And that was the last report I remember from a couple of hours ago, but I'd have to say it's certainly well beyond that now.
Yeah, if we had 10,000 a couple of hours ago, it's even more, as you say, and at least 800 people have been evacuated. That is at least. Our Josh Rubenstein is in Canyon Country and he joins us live. Your position, are you still near this home that is burning, Josh?
Yeah, we've just been watching it, unfortunately. Not much anybody can do at this point with this fire. The good news, let me give you a little bit of good news because it's been a rough day for everybody. All those fires, when I got here just about an hour ago, there were flames really all the way around me, and now I can see them going down to just a couple here and there, and of course this one structure that we've been looking at for the past while here along White's Canyon. So the good news is firefighters are doing a phenomenal job. The bad news certainly are the structures that are lost tonight, and as residents come out of their neighborhoods and walk down the street and look at some of this, and they ask me, is that a house up there? Because it's hard to see from here. You really have to use our camera to see it, and I tell them yes, and everyone's upset, and everybody takes this personally, and even the people who are running traffic. We passed one gentleman who said, "This is my city burning." It's such a hard thing to watch, and you're really out of control, especially when you get these wind gusts that are tremendous.
All right, Josh. We're going to go to one of those other areas that we talked about
This is a new
tonight.
One.
Yes, one of in Orange County, but a new area in Irvine, to be specific.
That's right. KCAL-TV's Michelle Geely is checking out that fire. Michelle, what can you tell us?
That's right. We are on Portola Road at Sand Canyon in Irvine, and I'm going to step off so you can see the flames behind me here. They are marching down toward Portola. I just spoke with one of the incident commanders here with Orange County Fire Authority, and this is where they are going to make their stand, here at Portola. We are in the city of Irvine. What you see burning there is grassland, trees. These are not structures. Off to one side, there is a nursery that is burned, some of the outbuildings there, but no homes lost in Orange County, nothing yet in Irvine.
This is the fire that started at 6 o'clock tonight at Santiago and Silverado Canyons. It very quickly jumped the 241 toll road, and about a half hour after that made its way into the city of Irvine. I just spoke with Steve Miller, who is at the command center or up at the emergency operations center, and he says we've got hundreds, if not thousands, of acres burning here in this area of Orange County. It started in the unincorporated area and then, as I said, moved here into Irvine. Firefighters will make their stand here at Portola. They tell me that they're confident that they'll keep it here. Across the street from where I'm standing is a construction site. I believe it was a home site. They tell me that it's simply graded. There are no structures there, nothing there that can burn. No injuries here in Orange County, no structures lost, although the areas of Orchard Hills and Portola Springs, those are two housing developments, those residents have been ordered to shelter in place. They do not want you to leave your homes. Stay where you are. Keep your windows closed. And also tune into radio. Here in Irvine, they have a radio station, and we'll hear about that in a moment, that you can tune into to get all the latest information. The 241 as well as the 261 toll roads are closed, and we want to hear from Commander Jeff Noble with the Irvine Police Department. We spoke to him probably about 20 minutes ago, and he will give us an update on what's going on. Let's roll that tape now. Okay, apparently we do not have that tape. We'll try and get that to you in a moment. We understand that the area that's burning here is Hicks Canyon. It has burned through the Hicks Canyon nursery, some outbuildings. I have noticed some greenhouses that are on fire. The priority is this at this moment. 261, 241 toll roads closed. No evacuations called for here in the city of Irvine. As we drove to this location, there are hundreds and hundreds of cars parked along these roads, people sitting on top of their vehicles trying to get a peek at what's going on. You're definitely urged to stay away, to stay inside your home. The smoke is very thick, very windy out here. It's an unhealthy situation. If you need information, tune to your radios, and I believe it's 1641 a.m. And the city of Irvine also has kind of a phone tree set up. If you need to evacuate, the police department will begin making phone calls to all the residents. So at this point, you need to stay inside of your homes, shelter in place. The fire authority urged everyone to do that, to keep your families safe. They say they are going to make a stand here at Portola Road. You can see the flames marching down here to Portola, and this is where they're going to stop this fire. That's latest here live in Irvine. I'm Michelle Geely. Back to you.
All right, thank you for that, Michelle Geely. So we're glad to report there no evacuations have been ordered yet in Irvine, and that fire seems to be burning out there, maybe affecting some nurseries or just some grading for building, but certainly no structures are in imminent danger at this time, and that is the good news.
Just checking the wires here, and got an update from Canyon Country where Josh Rubenstein is standing by. We now know of at least 10 buildings that have been destroyed, 10 structures, so I'm sure several of those are homes, and this may be number 11 right here we're watching, and that is where our Josh Rubenstein is standing by.
That's right. It's unbelievable to watch a house go up before your very eyes. Watching a lot of activity in our area right now. We've seen some trucks go up in the Canyon Crest neighborhood, some trucks going off down below us here in Whites Canyon. We're sort of halfway up the way here. But right now things seem to be settling down other than that one home. In fact, along the road here on Whites Canyon, well, there's still some, looks like there might be a down power line somewhere because we see a lot of flames right on the side of the road here. So that certainly is a concern as well. More fire trucks passing by me right now, headed down the hill. They kind of go back and forth and try to chase these spot fires as they come about. And the winds relax for just a little bit, and then they start picking up again. That is the characteristic of Santa Ana. These embers go right across, right in front of me here, right across the hill, down into this canyon below me here, where there is a high school. So that really is the problem. All around you, these embers can start up fires anywhere.
Josh, hopefully those aren't the high schools that people have been told to evacuate to, Quartz Hill or Saugus High School?
No. There's a I don't even know. It may even be an elementary school. I should correct myself. But there is a school below me here, so it certainly is not where everybody's evacuating. In fact, really everybody's being told to stay out of this whole area. They've really created quite a perimeter here from Whites Canyon down to Sierra Highway. We even, as the media, were allowed to go beyond some of those fire lines and move up into the canyons here, and they were giving us a hard time. So they really are trying to keep things tight here and make sure that nobody gets hurt in these spot fires.
Okay, Josh, amazing. Now, we were just talking moments ago with Michelle Geely, and that just tells you how quickly things can change with these fires and the wind conditions. We just spoke with her, and there were no evacuations ordered in Irvine, but Michelle did emphasize yet. We're going to go back to her now. Have things changed, Michelle?
That's right, Pat. I'm here with Lieutenant Rick Hanfield, Irvine Police Department, and things are changing. There are apparently voluntary evacuations now being asked for in this city, and as we keep our camera trained on the flames, we're going to have Rick Hanfield run through some of that. Go ahead, Rick.
Well, thanks. We're just getting here and I'm just getting brief. So what I do know at this point is, as we can see, the fire is approaching the area of Portola and Sand Canyon at this point, and it's in the hills just, I would say, north of us here. So we have asked for voluntary evacuations to the west of us here from Culver, north of Portola, and we're evacuating that area and helping residents leave the area. As you can imagine, traffic is congested. And we're also asking for voluntary evacuations immediately just south of here, and we'll be working with those residents over the next few minutes.
Now, if these people don't know who they are, I trust there will be units going through the neighborhoods. Explain that.
Yes, we're going to be helping folks find their way out, as well as we're working on our 1640 radio station should be tuned into their cars so that they can get the latest information, the most updated information. And as I said, this is a rapidly moving and fast developing fire, and it's approaching some of our northern extreme homes here in Irvine.
About how many hundreds of residents are we talking about, or residential units, would you say, in that area that you just highlighted?
I really don't know exactly how many we might have. This area is seeing a lot of construction recently, so some of these homes are not actually have people living in them. But we do have a lot of residents in apartment complexes just east of this fire that you're filming now. And we're going to be working with the fire authority as well as our folks to make sure they get the message and get moved out safely.
And you have not set up, as you said, things are moving fast and furiously. You haven't set up an evacuation site, but you want people to start getting kids and pets and that sort of thing in the vehicles and tuned to that radio station 1640.
Yeah,
40, is it 1640?
Certainly, you've got a large area of smoke. So what we're asking folks to do is shelter in place if they're not immediately threatened by the fire, which means close your windows, turn off your fans that might pull in external air, and shelter your pets inside, and be standing by for instructions and be ready to go. 1640 on your AM dial is really the best way to get the latest information and evacuation news from us.
Okay, and you will be setting up a formal evacuation site within the next few hours?
Well, I think I'm actually on my way to the command post now, so I'll have that information within a few minutes, and I would expect that we've got a lot of displaced residents, so yes, we'll be doing something like that.
And this part of Irvine, is this the northern part of the city?
Yeah, this is the northern part of Irvine. It's north of Portola. At this point, we're standing just east of Jeffrey, between Jeffrey and Sand Canyon. A lot of nursery land up north of us here. The fires come over the hill from the landfill, and there's quite a few new homes just south of us here and apartment buildings southeast of this location.
All right, Rick. So again, residents shelter in place unless the police units come through your neighborhood and specifically ask you to leave?
Correct, and monitor 1640 on your AM dial. That's going to be the latest, and we're going to be changing that message as things occur. And of course, monitor your local news and media, and we'll have messages out as well.
If people are watching us right now and they're thinking, what should we throw in the car? Are we talking about just enough for overnight?
Well, at this point, I think the most important thing is not to make decisions based on what you might need. And certainly don't delay your departure. If you see flames near your home, then pack your family and your pets and get on out of that area. And we've got a lot of fire authority personnel, and I know they've requested a lot of equipment to come in and make a pretty good stand here, so we're optimistic.
And it looks very dramatic as we drove in on the 405. You can see it from the 405 freeway, so people may think it's closer than it really is.
That's always true with a fire of this magnitude. It does appear to glow in the evening, and there's a ton of smoke. So that smoke downhill can be very dangerous to people, especially elderly folks and people with respiratory conditions. So keep your windows closed and just listen for additional announcements.
All right, Rick Hanfield, Lieutenant with Irvine Police. You heard it right up to the minute information, and we appreciate it. We'll keep in touch with you and get all the latest to the residents here in Orange County as soon as we get it. That's the latest here on Portola in Irvine. Back to you guys.
All right, again, voluntary evacuations in the Hicks Canyon area of Irvine, and it just kind of reminds me of what we heard a few minutes ago from Fire Chief Sam over here, is that voluntary evacuations, that's when you got enough time to get a few things and get out, because go ahead and leave, because all you're going to do if you wait until the last minute, you're just going to get in the way.
And you see how quickly that changed. We just talked to Michelle Geely maybe less than 2 minutes ago, and already the situation changed. So we hope that people are paying attention and listening to what Sam had to say.
Yeah.
We're going to go back to Josh, Glenn. Josh Rubenstein is covering this part of the fire on White Canyon Road. And Josh, what's the latest from your location?
Well, right now we're still watching that fire burn right in front of us. Not much activity there, but we have seen some fire trucks and a couple of police cruisers, some sheriff's deputies making their way down the hill fairly quickly. So we're watching to see if any flames pop up along these hillsides right now. So, that's really, we have a vantage point where we can really see much of the Canyon Country area here. So if flames pop up, we can really see it happen. So we're watching very carefully right now, but all I see in front of me is a glow over the hill, just to into the Canyon Crest neighborhood, not necessarily in those houses, but just above those houses, and then of course the home that is burning that you see on your picture right there.
All right, absolutely amazing. Now, how long has that house been burning now, Josh? It's been over an hour, hasn't it?
It's been burning for quite a while. In fact, I think it was some trees below it that we first saw burning, and then we saw that one fully involved. But it has been quite a while, and certainly if they think that that's a loss, they're going to move on to the next area and try and protect the next area.
All right, Josh. Stand by here. We're going to bring in Kai Goldberg, who can tell us more about these dangerous and extreme conditions that we're seeing all over Southern California tonight. And of course, those are those nasty Santa Ana winds.
And of all the reporters, you can really hear it when we go to Josh, because that wind is just whipping through his microphone.
More than anywhere else at this moment anyway. But we just saw Michelle Geely come back within 2 minutes of a report saying that voluntary evacuations were in place in Irvine. So too much dry brush all over that's just really being ignited.
And there was something other things very telling about her live shot. Did you notice at certain points it almost looked like it was snowing? There was so many embers flying through the air in front of that camera lens. And again, these fires are starting because of spotting. You've got hot embers going all over the place. And also, she's speaking to us, and she's a phenomenal reporter, but it's difficult to gather your breath at times. She might even be, I don't know, maybe a half a mile away from the center of that fire, but it's tough out there.
Yeah, it certainly is.
Yeah,
and,
really tough.
Kai, we just have news of another fire that broke out in Ontario, so we have crews on the way there.
And it's just more bad news after bad news. It's horrible, and the winds are not going to stop tonight. These winds gusting from 60 to 75 miles per hour. Red flag warning through Tuesday afternoon. High wind warning through Tuesday afternoon, at least until 4 p.m. Tuesday afternoon. So we've got a long ways to go. Hot temperatures on the way tomorrow as well. Today we topped out downtown LA at 84 degrees. Tomorrow we should see about 93, possibly 94 degrees downtown Los Angeles. We all know what that means for the valleys and the deserts. Triple digits for everybody. It's going to be a very warm and smoky Monday out there in the Southland forest tomorrow. And the wind speeds are phenomenal. Josh was describing that, and Glenn, you mentioned his microphone. At Whitaker Peak in Castaic early this morning, winds clocked at 108 miles per hour. So these wind speeds are just crazy here in the Southland. Santa Ana is just blasting through the canyons and the passes.
More than hurricane force, isn't it?
It's hurricane force winds begin at 73 miles per hour, so well over hurricane force winds. And we are here in Southern California. Most of us, thankfully, have never experienced a hurricane. And as you are out there experiencing these winds in Southern California tonight, you know that You don't want to experience a hurricane, that's for sure. Glenn, you can
At this moment, I think we might like to have one for about an hour.
just to get some water on
Just the
some
water
of this.
from the, right, we don't want a hurricane.
No, just to get some water out here. And also, you know, Sam DiGiovanna here, training chief in studio with us, and reminded me of another very important aspect. We're watching not only these high winds, but these fires are creating their own winds as well. So you're adding high speed on top of high speed, and it's just ebbing and flowing and going back and forth, going from north to northeast, back to south, southwest. So it's really tough for these firefighters to get a handle on it. And your comrades are doing a great job out there tonight. They're just battling these fires left and right all over Southern California. On the left side of your screen, Irvine. On the right side of your screen, Canyon Country. That's where Josh Rubenstein is, and Michelle Gili on the left side. And that fire in Irvine, look at that.
It looks like the intensity is picking up now.
That's right. We're going to go back out to Michelle Gili right now. Michelle, do you have new information for us?
Pat, the information is the same. My voice may sound a little muffled. I've now put on a breathing mask because, as you can see, things are, you know, we've got like mini twisters here. This does create its own weather, and the winds are really whipping up, and lots of dark, heavy smoke and embers, burning embers flying across Portola here. The evacuations, or voluntary that is, stay the same. It's the area here in northern Irvine, particularly up Sand Canyon, in between Portola, where I'm standing, and the 241 toll road. I'm told that there may be dozens of homes up there in that area. Those folks are being asked to evacuate. We do not have an evacuation site yet. As you have seen all day long, this story changes minute by minute, and it's now affecting us here in Orange County. So the Irvine city leaders are no doubt putting their heads together, trying to make a game plan. All along, they've talked about making this their stand. Portola here, what's burning is a grove of eucalyptus trees, and that's very, very good fuel, and that's why it's looking really dramatic. There's also a lot of construction equipment in the foreground that they are trying to protect, and this is nursery land. I believe it's Hicks Canyon that is burned, but no structures, thankfully, as of yet, no homes. We're going to toss it back to you.
All right, thank you very much, Michelle. You know, one of the more dramatic pictures we had today was one of the ranchers up in Canyon Country, probably in the Agua Dulce area.
With the horses?
He basically opened the pen and let them go, and that's going to be an interesting story to find out where those horses ended up and how they survived, which I know they will.
Well, we do know that our Jennifer Sabi has told us about an evacuation center for horses, an emergency center, I should say, at Pierce College in the Woodland Hills area. But here in Canyon Country, we hope that there's a facility where they can take large animals, and we've got Jennifer with us now live. Jennifer, are you there?
Yeah, I'm right here, Pat, and I've got all that information for you. You know, those pictures you've been showing everybody all night long of Canyon Country and of Malibu, of houses going up in flames, have really got to the animal owners, because this place, this equestrian center that I'm standing at, has gotten so busy tonight. People are really taking it very seriously, their dangers to their animals. One after another of these horses are coming through. Volunteers tell me that they've got at least 100 animals here now, and they're running out of stalls because so many have come, but they promise they will not turn any animal away, even if they have to start tethering them to the fence post. Do you feel like taking a quick look at the story we put together, where you can see all of the animals coming in, and they're incredibly nervous. Nervous Nellies is really an appropriate word for these horses tonight. They're panicked, and Pete, the producer, did you want to take that story? Okay, we're going to just keep listening to the flames, and I'll give you a little bit of information. If you do have large animals in the Malibu Canyon area, there are some numbers that you can call. This is an emergency evacuation number for large animals. That number is 818-991-6000. 818-991-6384. Again, that number is 818-991-6384. If you have small animals in the Malibu fire area, you can bring them to the Agora shelter, and that number is 818-991-0071, 818-991-0071. Now, animals that need to be evacuated from Agua Dulce, and there are a lot of them because Canyon Country, as everybody knows, is animal country as well. You can take the larger animals to the Antelope Valley Fairgrounds. Antelope Valley Fairgrounds. If you've got small animals, you take them to the Castaic Animal Shelter. That's the Castaic Animal Shelter. And all of the volunteers and the horse experts and the animal experts are really urging people, because you see how the winds are shifting and how the whole fire danger is changing, that not to take any chances. Do not wait until the last second to load your horse up into a trailer and find the nearest evacuation center. You've got to do it now. Again, these horse experts are telling me that even if you're not close to the flames, the horses are particularly challenged by the smoke, way more than people. It could kill them. So at least here in Malibu Canyon, we have been seeing people bring the horses in one by one by one by one. It's been a non-stop, really, menagerie. We're told that on Topanga Canyon, because they can't get out, horse owners are walking down Topanga Canyon all the way to Ventura Boulevard in the valley, and there's like a meeting ground at the 7-Eleven there on Ventura Boulevard with a bunch of horses, and then trailers are going to get them, and they're bringing them to the equestrian center. So I think that when we look at these pictures of the fire on television, they are extremely dramatic. We're seeing how things can change at any minute, and really animal owners seem to be taking these dangers seriously, because I have to tell you, early on in the day, even when it seemed more dangerous, there weren't that many people here. Now, every 5 minutes, a trailer loaded with horses and dogs shows up here.
Jennifer, we had that. We mentioned that video of those horses that one particular rancher just let loose and let them run off. Have you talked to anybody there at Pierce College about what those animals will do to survive?
Yes, I have actually, Glenn. And if we have some video of that, but basically what happened earlier in the day in Agua Dulce, there was a herd of horses. They all looked like white horses. They were caught up in a corral. It was penned. It was locked closed. The flames were getting closer and closer. There was some sort of outbuilding that caught on fire, and the horses began to panic. Somebody, in their wisdom, opened up the fence, opened up the pen, and let the horses run free. There was a moment of confusion. The horses went one way and another way, and they really didn't seem to know exactly what to do. But horses are herd animals, and they start following a leader. And fortunately, one of the leaders took charge and led that herd of horses up the mountain. Now the people, and that it looks a little bit confusing to people that don't know about animals, such as myself, because it seems, oh my gosh, what are those horses going to do? They may run right into the fire. But apparently, they're smarter. They're smarter than I thought, at least. And they say that it was the right thing to do. Let the horses run free. They will survive up there in the mountains. And then when the coast is clear and the fire is doused, they will come back most likely to the corral that they know is home. And it will be relatively easy in any case for the ranchers to go and corral their animals. So that was the right thing to do for those animals up there in Agua Dulce, who really could have been burned alive. The ones here, however, they're a little bit unhappy themselves. Okay, they come in here screaming, whinnying, pounding their hoofs. They're unhappy that they are being put into this type of thing, but at least they're safe. The one thing that you need to know about this shelter, by the way, at the Pierce College Community Center, at the Equestrian Center, is bring your animals. They will house them for free. They're going to be a 24-hour-a-day operation till this whole thing is over. But they do ask you to bring some feed with you, bring a water tub, bring any medication that the horse may need, and don't bring any stallions, they say. Don't bring any stallions, because that could upset the apple cart. But again, this is 24 hours a day. If you need them, they are here, and they encourage you to bring your animals. And that's the very latest from Woodland Hills. I'm Jennifer Sabi. Now back to you, Pat and Glenn.
All right, Jennifer. And Jennifer, you are too hard on yourself. Jennifer is very informative when it comes to animals, and she is certainly an animal lover. Kai, we'd like to love something about the Skyview Doppler forecast, but I don't know. It seems to be ominous as these fires are burning tonight.
Yeah, it's a tough forecast, Pat. We're looking at temperatures heating up for us tomorrow. We're looking at winds continuing tonight, gusting from 60 to 75 miles per hour. All the way from Orange County. We've got the fire down there in Irvine. That right now winds out of the northeast at 26 miles per hour. We've got 7% humidity there. The dew point at 6 degrees. So again, very dry. Agua Dulce Canyon Country, humidity at about 9%. We've got winds out of the northeast from 20 to 25 miles per hour. 10-degree dew point readings there. Temperatures beginning to go down, though, at night right now. If you are being evacuated from the Agua Dulce area, Canyon Country, if you're going to spend a few hours in the car or trying to get to a loved one's home, you want to bring a sweater or a jacket. It's going to be very chilly out there tonight. Air extremely dry. Malibu also, we saw Mark Coogan there just about a half an hour ago. Better news in terms of fire, and of course we'll update you on that fire in just a couple of moments when Rick Chambers joins Lena Wynn. But again, very dry out there, humidity at about 6%, dew point at -1 degree, so just extremely dry. And look at the picture on your television screen right now. The winds are still very strong, ladies and gentlemen. Those flames are now laying down very horizontal on your screen. You've got the lot of smoke all over Southern California as well. So again, it's going to be a rough night. Red flag warning, high wind warnings well through Tuesday afternoon, and it doesn't look like things are going to let up anytime soon.
Kai Goldberg, thank you very much. We are coming up with the 9 o'clock hour, and we have breaking news now at 9 o'clock as we continue our live team coverage of the Santiago Canyon fire in Orange County. That's what you're looking at right now. But there are also wildfires raging in Agua Dulce, Malibu, and other parts of the Southland. Good evening. Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Lena Wynn here with Rick Chambers.
Hello, everybody. Let's go straight now to KCAL-9's Josh Rubenstein, who is live in Canyon Country. This is where homes are burning. Mandatory evacuations have already been ordered. Josh.
Yeah, it is amazing right now. We have been watching this one home right on Whites Canyon burn to the ground before our very eyes. At one point here on Whites Canyon in Canyon Country, I could see flames for about 180 degrees all the way around me. Spot flames here to the north, spot flames to the south. We did see just a little while ago some flames over the hill. In fact, we've been watching the hill above where this house is burning right now continues to glow. And just every so often we see some flames lick right over the side, and we are the winds are coming right at us, so those flames are burning in this direction towards our location here up on Whites Canyon. I can tell you right now, my eyes are burning from the embers that seem to fly over. The road right now. Very, very windy up here in Canyon Country.
All right, Josh, thank you. It's incredible even at this hour that we're continuing to see the flames that we're seeing right now. We do want to move now to Orange County, where we've got a fire burning in Santiago Canyon. KCAL-9 Orange County reporter Michelle Geely is live on the scene in Irvine now with more for us. Michelle?
Lena, that's right. The Santiago Canyon fire, which started at Santiago Canyon and Silverado Canyon, jumped the 241 toll road, and it is burned through the brush all the way down to Irvine city limits. We are standing on Portola Road, and that is where the Orange County Fire Authority is making its stand. What you're looking at now is an area called the El Medina Nursery. The winds are just raging here, lots of flying embers. You can see dark, thick black smoke and lots of flames. There's a grove of eucalyptus trees here, and that's what's being torched by the flames. No structures lost yet, at least no homes lost in the city of Irvine, but there have been some outbuildings here at the El Medina Nursery that have burned. There's a reservoir here that was used for nursery land that's apparently affected, and we know that there are a couple of sisters, some of the original residents of the city of Irvine, the Lambert sisters. They're in their 80s. They live up in this area, and the fire department has taken them away to safety. There are apparently dozens of homes up in this area, and we heard about 10 minutes ago that those folks were being told to get out. It is a voluntary evacuation. It looks really bad here, but I'm standing on Portola with several fire units, and even though the embers are burning across Portola, they are going to make their stand here. I know a lot of people in Irvine are concerned. You can see this fire from the 405 freeway. It is lit up the night sky, but we're lucky that no structures have been lost. Is there any way, sir, we're live on KCAL, can you just tell the residents what they should be doing here in Irvine?
The residents in Irvine are still in a safe location. We have a good fire zone or buffer zone between the fire and the residents, so continue the shelter in place, and we're going to continue to try to hold it here on Portola.
All right, and the winds are really crazy here. Is there a chance that this fire could jump this road?
This fire is going to be held by the 10 units that I have assigned to me here, and it's not going to jump the Portola Road. And we'll continue to give updates on the other side of the 133 and where the head of the fire is traveling.
Any other cities affected besides Irvine at this point?
Just for now, it'll just be the Irvine area, and obviously more to our south is, of course, Newport Beach and the Turtle Rock area, of which is Irvine also.
Are there flames there?
There are no flames at this time, but as you can see, we have spotting some 100 to 200 feet, and we have winds that are right now sustained at about 50 miles per hour.
All right, you guys are going to be out here all night long?
Yes, and for a few days.
All right, sir, I appreciate your time. So as you can see, things change minute by minute here. Now we're hearing about the Turtle Rock area in Newport Beach, and that's quite a distance from where I'm standing. But we know with these types of fires, they create their own weather, and things can change at a moment's notice. The word from the police department and the fire department, shelter in place. That means stay at home, close your windows. Here in Irvine, they have a radio station that you can tune to. It's AM 640 for the latest updates. So we're in the thick of it here, folks. It is hot and it is dry, and the smoke is burning our eyes and our throats. But the fire department is making a stand here on Portola. They're protecting the construction equipment here. There's a big construction site across the street here. There are no structures, no wood, no any kind of buildings there, only graded property, and that's good news. But portions of this nursery have burned, and as we said, some residents up the road have been taken out by the fire department, some elderly residents, to make sure that they're safe tonight. So that's the latest from Portola Road in Irvine, and I'm sure things will be changing, and we'll be back in touch with you where it's very, very windy. Back to you guys in Los Angeles.
Yeah, Michelle, before you go, I know they've said they want to make their stand there, and that one firefighter seems very optimistic about doing so, but realistically, with 50-mile-an-hour winds, as you said before, what are the chances of this getting out of hand?
Well, I can tell you, Rick, that there are flying embers, and anytime any one of those catches on to a roof nearby, we're in trouble. I'm trying to look off into the distance behind me. In the opposite direction of these flames is the 5 freeway, and then a few miles from there, the 405. And if these embers keep flying, if this wind keeps whipping up, it's very, very possible that we can have fire burning in neighborhoods in Irvine and beyond. I mean, we saw this many years ago in Laguna Beach. It started along Laguna Canyon Road, and we thought they were going to hold it there, but, you know, these fires create their own weather, and it consumed so many scores of homes throughout Laguna Beach. So we're hoping that that's not the situation here. We see a lot of units responding to this scene, and they're making a stand here at Portola. But there is a fire burning now in the opposite direction along Sand Canyon Road. I see it's tough to see because the air is so thick, the smoke is so thick, but there are flames behind me where there once were none. So things are changing, and let's just hope that there's good structure protection, and we don't have too many wood shake roofs and the like in these homes. Irvine is a fairly new city. There's lots of new development here, and built to the most up-to-date fire codes, and hopefully that'll work in everyone's favor here.
All right, Michelle, thank you so much for that live coverage and those incredible pictures from there on the ground from where she's standing. Let's bring in now Christine Lazar. She is live in Agua Dulce, where there are actually homes burning. Christine?
You know, fortunately, the winds have really died down here in just about the last hour, and so is traffic here on Sierra Highway. It appears that most of the some 3,800 residents under this evacuation order have taken their belongings and headed out of town. By the numbers, this fire has grown to 10 1,000 acres. It has destroyed some 10 structures, and it has injured 3 people. A steady stream of cars and fire trucks down Sierra Highway as residents leave their homes, fleeing a 10,000-acre fire that started near Agua Dulce. The flames surrounded the community within minutes. This man, trying desperately to save his home, slipped down the hillside into cacti and hot spots.
You okay?
Hey! Yeah, one down was a piece of wood. Just trying to bat it out.
Right.
And I slipped.
It was just starting, and like in about a half an hour, it just started going crazy.
So when you look at it, I mean, how would you judge this fire? Is this one of the biggest ones you've seen over here?
We've been here 5 years, and this is the only one I've seen this close here in 5 years.
Firefighters launched an intense attack from the air and on the ground on this fast-moving blaze. Wind gusts have reached upwards of 50 miles an hour and are continually changing direction. And that's the one thing all these residents have said out here. They are just in awe at how quickly this fire has spread and how these winds just pick it up and shift it in different directions. And something important to note tonight as we start to see some more cars drive down Sierra Highway here. CHP is letting a few vehicles through, some residents so they can grab their belongings. But I'm told just north of Davenport, there are some power lines down, so you can't drive all the way through the street. Again, those 3 people injured, they were all civilians. No firefighters have been injured, but we're told there are about 500 firefighters on the ground trying to get control of this out-of-control fire. Live in Agua Dulce, I'm Christine Lazar, KCAL 9 News.
All right, Christine, thanks for that. We want to go just down the road from where Christine is located now to Josh Rubenstein, who's got a home on fire in the background there. Josh.
Yeah, Rick, we've been watching for the past about an hour now. This home that you see just above White's Canyon burned to the ground, literally embers. It was started off as a pretty sizable house here above White's Canyon, and now it is nothing. Just the chimney is all that is left. Now, what I am watching that is even more ominous than that house burning right now are flames that are cresting over the hill here above White's Canyon, which certainly is going to be an issue as we make our way through the night. Now, keep in mind, this home burning, those flames burning on the hill above White's Canyon, we see embers blowing off of both of those, and that causes problems here in this bowl here in Canyon Country. For some time we saw flames everywhere all around us, and now things have relaxed somewhat, just that house burning. For a time we even saw someone trying to do something about that home, trying to do their part, but as we all know, it's the firefighters that can only help in this kind of a situation, and they take it personally when they lose a house like this. They treat each house out here like it's their own, and certainly when you lose 1 and 10 like we heard at one point this evening here in Canyon Country, it can only be devastating for firefighters. You can hear the gust of wind that just comes up, almost blows you over as it does. These winds die down for a little bit and then they just start kicking up. They are fierce, and as they do, the embers go right across. I mean, this is really unbelievable, and you know, I've covered a lot of fires, and this is one I can't remember where we see flames burning like this, and now the smoke coming over our location, which means the winds are coming in this direction.
Josh Rubenstein live there on the ground for us. Thank you so much. Well, mandatory evacuations are in place for all of Agua Dulce and some parts of Canyon Country, along with parts of Santa Clarita as well. It's forced thousands of residents out of their homes. Mary Beth McDade actually talked to some of those evacuees.
Where exactly do you guys live?
Right where the fire is. Right.
It's a hard thing to watch, flames burning up the hillside where you know your home's in jeopardy.
We're on Cashmere Court, and his school is on Oakmore, and what they said, Fellbridge and Oakmore, which is already, they said, was burning. So there's an older residential, but we're on the hillside, and right where the fire is. So it's a really horrible feeling.
This woman and her family, like hundreds of others, packed up a few personal items and fled their home.
Basic personals, pictures, and clothes we're wearing, the children.
This family had just come home from a shopping trip when they noticed the flames racing in their direction.
a whole bunch of smoke, and like 2 hours after that, or like 1 hour, we like look up the hill. My mom saw, and there's a whole bunch of fire up the hill. Like we start getting up the roof, and we see the fire, and like my dad just starts running to the car and putting stuff inside.
Evacuees applaud firefighters' efforts in their battle against a fire that's being fueled by fierce winds.
Intense. We've been up here for the last couple hours. It started as a speck in daylight, and the whole hill caught on fire. And there's about 30 to 40 planes and helicopters. They did a great job putting it out. And then once the wind started picking up and you know, the sun went down and the helicopters and the planes were landed, it just flared up, and you could just see the whole hill going up.
And back here live, you are looking at a live shot from our vantage point. We are just off the 14 freeway at the Golden Valley exit, and I can tell you that the winds are absolutely fierce out here. We keep getting huge gusts. Now, as for these poor people that we spoke to, many of them going to stay with family tonight, it's going to be a long night as they wait and wonder when they'll be able to go home and find out if they still have a home to go to. For now, reporting live at the Canyon Country Fire, Mary Beth McDade, KCAL-9 News. Back to you guys.
All right, Mary Beth McDade, thank you. As you look at this scene, this is Josh Rubenstein's camera in the Canyon Country area, and the walls of that home have just collapsed just a few moments ago. This is one of the tragedies of this fire today. There have been about a half a dozen homes that have been lost in Canyon Country, and this one sitting by itself up on a hill began burning a little over an hour ago, and we have watched it just gradually just sink into the ground.
And even though we've been covering this story all day and seeing many structures burning, it's not lost on us that this is someone's home, that someone has lost a lot of memories and almost all of their belongings. So it's just heartbreaking to see that even the chimney, which normally is the last thing standing, has now crumbled in this Canyon Country fire. Juan Fernandez, please talk about the conditions that we're dealing with now. It was really bad, you know, early this morning, which is when all of this started.
Absolutely. Well, if we want to start with the good news or the bad news first, I'll start with the good news first. And the good news is things are going to get better, but not until Friday. That's when the onshore flow is going to return. We are going to get more of that marine layer. Things are going to cool down. But actually tomorrow morning, winds are going to be strengthening again at dawn. So we are going to see an intensification of these winds, gusts from 80 to 90 miles an hour, and sustained winds anywhere from 40 to 50 miles an hour. So the winds are sticking around for a while. More winds also Tuesday morning. So we're now looking as far as Tuesday morning. We are expecting to see the winds pick up again. Now, smoke plumes will be blocking out most of the sunlight tomorrow. Good news with that is that means we will see some reduction in temperatures. So temperatures will be lower a little bit, but that perfect storm of low humidity and the winds, that's still going to keep these fires fueled. When we saw Michelle Geely's picture, temperature right there was about at 77 degrees. Although she said it felt hotter, she was in the middle of it all. East-northeast winds there of 21 miles an hour, 34-mile-an-hour gusts, and humidity at just about 8%. So definitely things are very, very brisk just about everywhere you look out there. Same thing with Malibu, same thing with the Canyon Country area.
All right, Juan Fernandez, thank you for that. This is a new fire that's burning right now. This is in Ontario. This is one we have not seen before. These are live pictures coming in right now that we were able to pick up a few moments ago. This is, I'm guessing now, the 13th different fire that has been burning throughout the day. We're about 16 hours into since the first one began, I think, in Malibu early this morning. Now this one in the Ontario region. And as we look on the wires here, Lena, and I think you're picking it up as well, Governor Arnold Schwarzenegger has now proclaimed a state of emergency in a number of counties throughout Southern California.
Yeah, they include Riverside, Los Angeles, Orange, San Diego, San Bernardino, Santa Barbara, and Ventura counties, all because of these wildfires, of course. And this means that the State Office of Emergency Services will be able to deploy personnel and equipment to assist in these various firefights. We were hoping that with nightfall, other than maybe a small increase in winds, that we would see some kind of relief for firefighters, but it wasn't until after nightfall that we saw that fire down in Orange County pop up, and now another one here in Ontario, and it looks big.
And we were talking about the fact that fire trucks and fire personnel and all the assets that they have to throw at these fires several hours ago were being stretched very thin. Now we've got this one popping up. You've got the location down with Michelle Geely down in Orange County as well. And it's starting to get to the point where we're starting to feel overwhelmed by what's happening, and you wonder just how long these folks out there can keep attacking these fire after fire.
Well, we know that they're prepared to stay for days. They know it's going to be a long fight for them. Juan, do you have any weather conditions on Ontario?
I definitely have some information on Ontario for you. Right now, the temperature out there is about 72 degrees. So we are seeing that just basically all across the board. Temperatures in the mid to upper 70s. What's going on in Ontario right now, east-northeast winds, 37 miles an hour. That is sustained winds out there with gusts 59 miles an hour. So definitely from all the areas we've been checking in, the gusts in the Ontario area have definitely picked up. And like most of our area right now, 9% humidity out towards the Ontario area. So we are going to see most likely, especially during daybreak when we're expecting those winds to strengthen, that this may get worse in Ontario.
Yeah, we're just getting word now that our reporter Greg Mills is on his way to that fire in the Ontario area, so we'll have the very latest for you coming up in, say, the next half hour or so. But we just keep seeing these fires popping up all over the place, and we were hoping, as Lena said, that as the night came down, we were going to get a little bit of a break, and that some of these people would be able to regroup out on the lines. Maybe the firefighters get a little bit of a break in the action and be able to catch their breath, but that does not look like it's going to be the case.
Yeah, tomorrow is Monday, of course, so here is some important information regarding some closings tomorrow. All Malibu public schools are closed tomorrow. Pepperdine has canceled its classes. Also, the Woodland Hills Elementary School. The LA Unified School District will be providing transportation from the Woodland Hills Elementary School for students who are heading to the Paul Revere Middle School and the Palisades High School. The Tutor Time private preschools in Santa Clarita and Canyon Country will both also be closed tomorrow. For the latest information on road closures, school closures, everything you need to know, just log on to KCAL9.com and we'll have a complete list for you.
All right, we told you about, and we've been showing you the fire down in Santiago County, or Canyon rather, in Orange County. We want to go back to KCAL9 Orange County reporter Michelle Gili now. She's live on the scene in Irvine with the very latest from there. Hello again.
Rick, hello. Things have calmed down ever so slightly. It seems kind of strange to say that standing in the middle of all this, but the flames seem to have laid down a little bit, but it is still very, very windy, as you can tell. We just, maybe within the last 5 minutes or so, saw a line of Irvine squad cars headed up Sand Canyon. I just spoke to Commander Jeff Noble, and he tells me they're evacuating an area called Portola Hills. We heard a little bit ago there are two elderly women in their 80s, the Lambert sisters. They're apparently very well known here in Irvine, some of the original residents of this city. Fire crew went in and brought the sisters out. Well, now it looks as though their neighbors are being told to evacuate as well. So Irvine police, they were headed up to Portola Hills, which I understand is at Portola and Sand Canyon. Now, this area behind me, and I'm going to step out of the way, is the site of a nursery. What you see burning there is a grove of eucalyptus trees. There's a lot of construction equipment parked here at this site because right across from the street, right across the street from where I'm standing is a construction site, new homes going in. Fortunately, the grading process is the only thing that has occurred there, so there's nothing to burn there except for dirt. But as I look off to the right, and I'm going to have my photographer Wilson Posey swing to the right, I'm noticing a new crop of flames. That is now at the corner of Sand Canyon and Portola. And the concern from one of the chiefs that I spoke to a bit ago was exactly this, that things would creep across Portola and head down into the more populated part of Irvine. So we're going to have to catch up with that in a little bit and see exactly where it burns. But the word for most residents at this point here in Irvine, we've got about 200,000 residents, is to shelter in place. That means shut your doors, shut your windows, stay inside, and tune into broadcasts such as ours or AM radio 1610 here in Irvine, and they will give you the very latest information. Looking off in this direction is the 5 freeway and then the 405 freeway, a very, very populated area. Shady Canyon, there near the 405, and then, of course, into Newport Beach. And the concern was that the winds would whip these flames all the way down there. That has not happened yet, but the night is young. The winds are still pretty wild and lots of flying embers. So The latest information here in Irvine, no structures lost, no injuries. But as we said, this is still a very, very active, fluid situation in Irvine, and the police have just gone up to Portola Hills, and I'm told that they are evacuating those residents, about a dozen homes up there. So we will continue to stay here and monitor everything and move around to try and give you the very latest. But the word is shelter in place. And if you see police officers coming through your neighborhood, then obviously they've got something important to tell you, and you follow their directions. But we're lucky. We're very, very lucky. Unlike the other areas that we've seen in Southern California today and tonight, we have not, at this point in Orange County, lost any homes. That's the latest. You're live in Irvine. I'm Michelle Geely. Back to you.
Michelle, before you go, you bring up a good point talking about those sisters, and there are so many evacuations in so many locations tonight that before people actually just pick up their own stuff and take off, they need to start checking on their neighbors to make sure that everybody is aware of what's going on.
That's right. And the one thing that police do not want you to do at this point is start roaming around your neighborhood, because that'll create really a chaotic situation if they do come in and try and evacuate you. I think maybe the best line of attack here would be to pick up your phone, call your next door neighbor, make sure that maybe some elderly folks, people who aren't doing so well, that you have perhaps contacted them by telephone, but they don't want you out in your vehicles and walking around. The air is very, very dirty. It is thick smoke. It's difficult to breathe. It burns your eyes. It's not healthy. They want you indoors, and certainly if it's time to go, they will come and get you and order you out. With that said, if flames are lapping at your back fence, the police can't be everywhere. So you've got to also, monitor your own situation. But at this point, the area where we're standing is fairly uninhabited. We're near the 241 toll road. There are some homes up here, and that's where all those police officers were headed to evacuate those folks. So things look, they look okay here as far as the citizens are concerned. But the caveat here is that things change minute by minute, so you really need to pay attention. Tune into your radio, watch KCAL-9, and just we'll give you the best coverage that we can. We're going to, hop around and try and figure out exactly where this fire is burning.
Yeah, indeed. Thank you very much, Michelle Geely, reporting for us live in Irvine. It was just an hour ago or so that we talked to Brian Kearns, who lives in Irvine, who saw this fire. I asked if he was concerned, and he said, well, I'm 15, 20 miles away, and before you know it, they're talking about, possible evacuations in Irvine now. So really a frightening situation, and something that everyone living in the Southland right now should really be thinking about, because you never know when something like this is going to spark up in your neighborhood. In fact, there is a huge fire burning right now in the Ontario area. We do have a crew going out there to find out exactly where it is, but now we have another fire burning in the Inland Empire.
And we want to go back out to Josh Rubenstein. We have been visiting with him from time to time. Canyon Country, of course, one of the areas up by Agua Dulce that has been dramatically affected by fire and smoke and flame and evacuation tonight. Josh, you there? I understand the winds are picking up more.
Winds are picking up, and I've got a hot spot that just popped up next to me. What you're looking at right now, before you're looking at a house that burned down right behind me here. This was an area that was already cleaned up. They had mopped it up, they went away, and all of a sudden just now these embers came flying over, and you can see the hot spot behind me. Now watch what happens when these winds start kicking up. You can see these embers going up into the air and going over the street here. White's Canyon is what I'm on right now, and then go off into the area below me here, where that school is just below me. There's a park below me, and this is the worst that can happen. This is exactly what's going on all night long, where you get these embers just flying out, popping up out of nowhere. Here was an area that they had finished up, they had finished working on, and now we're back at it again. And certainly we see fire trucks running back and forth up and down White's Canyon. It's kind of a chase of cat and mouse with this fire popping up and then going away, and firefighters have to just keep putting out these flames. That's what a wind-driven fire is all about. It's so hard to get any kind of containment because it just keeps blowing past any kind of line that the firefighters create. And you can see that there are homes just above this hill here. Now the good news here is a lot of this area has burned, so any brush that this runs into, we can only hope that it runs into some of the burned out area already, but you can see the flames burning right up above us here.
We can really hear the wind, too, in Josh's microphone. Also covering the Canyon Country fire for us, but in a different location, is Dave Malkoff. Dave, are you there?
Yes, we are. We're here on Sierra Highway in Canyon Country, where the fire is just about, I'd say about 3 or 4 city blocks away. But as you can see in the background, the fire is just coming closer and closer to homes and apartment complexes. There's a lot of people on this side of Sierra Highway. There's a lot of people on the other side of Sierra Highway. Up in those mountains, there are apartment complexes, there are homes, and this fire looks like it's getting pretty close to those at this point. Let me show you something over here. This looks spectacular back here, but let me show you something that might be a little less visual, but it might be a little more dangerous. Right over here behind me, you can see that there is a fire that is just about a block and a half away from here. When we first got here a couple hours ago, the fire was just like this that was on those mountains in the background. Now it looks like this fire is going to come right over this mountain. That would put the fire about a block and a half away from the American Beauty complex that is here. That is a condo complex that is in this area. Let me show you the crowd. There is a huge crowd that's gathering out here. People who have heeded their own evacuation order. Their families have come to them. They've said, hey, we got to get some kind of plan going here. We got to be able to get out of here at a moment's notice. So, is this what your parents told you? They told you that you have to pack up things?
Yeah, a little bit. Hi, Mom.
Well, it's a little fun to be on TV, but we also have a serious matter here of the fire coming over. What do you have kids at home?
No, I live in an apartment complex right by that hill.
On the other side, she's talking about the other side of the mountain here in Canyon Country.
Right over here, right behind there by where you were discussing, Kenlore Apartments.
Kenlore Apartments.
I evacuated, packed up my
There's nobody in your apartment complex at this point?
A lot of them are here. Yeah. But I'm not sure if some stayed, but a lot of people did pack up and leave.
How long have you lived there in Kenmore?
2 years.
2 years. Have you ever seen anything like this before?
No, I was in the Bouquet fires a couple years ago, but didn't think it would be this close.
What's your name, ma'am?
Candy.
Candy, I'm Dave. Thanks so much.
Pleasure. Thank you.
Thanks so much, and good luck to you, and good luck to everybody who's out here. Now, the fire is coming over the side, but it doesn't have to get any closer than it is right now. Embers can float over 2 miles over, and they can actually hit under the houses, and they can start the fires burning at the houses across the street. Now, we're going to stay here and monitor this situation here in Canyon Country, but let me also tell you, on our website at cbs2.com/Dave and KCAL9.com/Dave, we're doing something a little different here. We're doing a live webcast, a live chat. So if you want to go onto the website and ask us questions, ask people questions here on the ground, you can do that through text and just chat with us, and you can see the video, and we'll talk back to you on the video. So a live video chat going on cbs2.com/Dave and KCAL9.com/Dave as the winds whip up here in Canyon Country. We're live. Back to you guys in the studio.
All right, Dave Malkoff, we appreciate that. We go from the ground up in the area looking at Gary Lineberry's shot from Sky 9 over Canyon Country. And Gary, just before we get to you, we want to let everybody know that there are a number of fires burning around Southern California right now. Of course, the Agua Dulce Canyon Country fire, which is the buckwheat fire that has been burning now and has ballooned up to over 10,000 acres. We have another fire that has erupted just within the last hour and a half, which is in Ontario, and that seems to be growing by leaps and bounds as we speak. And then you're down in the Santiago Canyon area of Orange County, where Shelgili is located. Those are the 3 big ones that are going right now. Of course, Malibu, they're still keeping an eye on that because of the wind. You have the Castaic fire, the ranch fire, that is burning up around the Piru area. So a number of areas right now that are all burning. And of course, we've had the one fatality down in San Diego County, down near the Mexico border. Gary Lineberry, you're over the Canyon Country fire right now, or the Agua Dulce fire, whatever you want to call it. And it seems to be doing okay at this point. Gary Lineberry, you there?
A bit of a flare up here. This is in the area near where Dave Malkoff was located, and the fire that they see from the Sierra Highway is what's burning up on this ridge that is to the north and west, the northwest of Sierra Highway, and you can see just to the right of the fire there a lot of fire equipment alongside the road there. That's all LA County fire equipment and other agencies that have come in here to assist them. And on the left side of the picture there by the fire, there are some structures in there, but mainly across the street to the right of the vehicles there is where there are condominiums, quite a few of them. So they're watching this very carefully. As you said, the wind continues to blow. We had a bumpy ride coming back out here after we got some fuel, and it is just howling down there on the ground. So the fire continues to burn in this area. As we look around, most of the fires are burning in sparse, small fires burning out in the remote areas, not threatening any structures directly at this time that we can see. However, that can change at any time, as we well know. So what we're looking at here is that fire that's burning alongside the Sierra Highway. People are still being evacuated out of this area and continue to move out of the area, but a lot of fire all alongside the Sierra Highway here with equipment in there ready to protect those structures should it come down to the structures along that Sierra Highway. They should have plenty of fire equipment in there, hopefully, to keep that from igniting any structures. At least that's their plan, and we'll see how that works out. But that's the only active part of the fire that is close to structures that we can see right now. The fire, of course, started up in Agua Dulce some 12 miles away and spotted its way down here, and there are several fires out in the darkness up there that we can see burning, but they are not near structures right now, so they will get to those tomorrow morning at first light. But these are the most active fires that we can see. Flying overhead, I'm Gary Lineberry reporting live from Sky 9. Now back to you in the studio.
All right, Gary, thank you very much. What you're seeing on the right side of your screen right now is being shot by Josh Rubenstein's camera right now. Josh, if you could hear us, that, you know, when I've gone out to cover fires, one of the most frightening things is that little tornado of fire that you see, and the sound that comes from it, the weather that this fire can create. I mean, it looks like it's really flaring up out there.
Yeah, well, this is just a little hot spot. It's that same hot spot that we were telling you about. And the problem here is not necessarily this particular fire. It's the embers that are being blown off of this fire. And yeah, you're absolutely right, Lena. When you look at this and you see those flames licking up into the sky, dancing and doing that little tornado, we heard Kai and Juan Fernandez talking about it all night long, where these fires create their own little systems and, of course, their own little winds that are created, these vorticities, these vortexes that just go up and create winds and cause all kinds of problems. Certainly an ominous picture out here as the smoke is right in our face, which means the wind is blowing in our direction, pushing flames in this direction and pushing embers down into the neighborhood that is below us here. Now, as these embers travel, they can start all these different spot fires. So, as I said, this particular fire may not be threatening any homes right next to us here, but certainly it is a problem when you talk about the tremendous amount of sparks that are being blown off of it right now.
Josh, thank you for that. As we continue to look at your pictures there, we've had Chief Sam DiGiovanna in studio with us throughout the evening. And when you look at these shots with the embers there, Chief, and the winds as high as that, you're not surprised by what's happening out here?
No, Rick, Lena, this actually, watching this since this afternoon I've been in here, this really has gotten worse, in my opinion. And I've been in the fire department for 28, 29 years. And when Michelle Geely was in Orange County and the firefighter made the comment that it looks like it's kind of calming down, it may look like it at times, but you know, you saw where Josh was, those embers, that's raining. That is like rain coming down of embers. That can carry up to 2 miles. Just don't let your guard down. This is so important at this time, and you're seeing this more and more. And it seems the velocity is increasing as well.
Well, Sam, in fact, Michelle Geely has had to break down her live shot and move out of the area because it was no longer safe for her. That's how quickly these conditions can change. On the phone right now from that area is our executive producer, Jeff Soto, who actually had to run out of the building when he heard that this fire had broken out near his home. Jeff, are you there?
I am, Leah.
Yeah, can you tell us what you're seeing and what you saw? I know you were a little concerned about your place. What did you see when you arrived down there?
Well, it's just incredibly thick smoke, just choking smoke. You can't even stand outside for that long without really being overpowered by it. And even when you're indoors with all the doors and windows closed, you still it's like something smoking inside the room. The winds are very powerful. They must be, I'm no meteorologist, but they must be 30 to 40 miles an hour sustained, and the gusts really do kick up. I mean, you can feel the house just kind of, almost jitter a little as the gusts come up. We're just south of where Michelle was. We're on the other side of that Portola Road where they were concerned about it jumping. And, you can guess that as high as those flames are going, and I saw her video, tornado-like flames were just coming up out of the ground. All it takes is just a little bit of wind to push that over. If it jumped the 241 freeway, it can certainly jump Portola, and obviously that's why they had to get out of there.
Jeff, your property's okay at this hour?
Right now we're fine. We've got some stuff ready to go. You know, they're asking you to right now shelter in and sit tight. There are voluntary evacuations in place. I'm about a block and a half north of where Michelle was, but right on the other side of that Portola, and I know it's nothing but hills rolling up there, and the flames just moved right down the hill that fast.
Yeah, we hate to second guess the firefighters out there, and of course they've got all the experience, but the one gentleman before who was talking about making his stand and this was going to be the place they were going to put it out, it seemed like it might be a little premature concerning where this was going to end. They had 50-mile-an-hour gusts blowing through there, and as we saw with Michelle, it just started to overtake her position at one point, and she actually had to pack it up and get out.
Well, you know, our firefighters always have the best intentions, and they're trying as hard as they can out there, but they can only do so much, and they're at the will of the fire sometimes and of Mother Nature. Now, Jeff, have you ever been in a situation like this? And then, you know, when you say that, you know, we're kind of getting ready to head out if you have to, what does someone do if you've never been involved in anything like this before?
Well, you know, you just gather up kind of the photos and you're just ready to go. I don't know. I'm not attached to too much, so it's pretty easy for me. I think you just gather up, you know, your family's belongings and you throw them in the car and you just drive away if you have to. You know, right now I'm just kind of sitting tight, and we're just kind of waiting to see what happens, and obviously watching KCAL-9, and, you know, you just hope that the winds might die down for a second and allow them to get the upper hand on that area. But, again, if it jumped the toll road, that's a lot wider than Portola, which is a 2-lane road, so, or a 3-lane road or something like that. So it's not that big of an area, you know, to say that the fire probably won't jump that or whatever. And obviously there's a huge fire presence here. There's a police presence here. They're doing a good job of keeping traffic out of the area. There's a steady flow of people. We live in a gated community. There's a steady flow of people driving out of the area. It's very well controlled. People seem to be organized. I was speaking to my neighbor. She's a little bit older. Her son came in, helped load up the car, and they kind of took off. And, you know, I just said, well, we're going to sit, you know, tight for right now because it's just, you know, we just don't know if that's going to jump, and I don't know. I'm not one to rush out the door.
All right, well, Jeff, be safe, and hopefully we'll be talking with you later on in the evening, and everything will be fine.
Feel free to give me a call.
But as Chief Sam said a few minutes ago, now is not the time to let your guard down, so be careful while you're there. We want to go back out to Gary Lineberry. He is over Canyon Country there. And Josh is on the ground as well. Let's go to Josh first before we go to Gary. Josh, bring us up to date.
Well, we still are watching this area, this hot spot grow. It was just a little postage stamp, and now it's starting to grow in size here on this hillside. We've got some Edison crews and some power line crews looking to monitor the power lines because there are power lines right in front of this spot here. But these embers keep blowing off. Now, keep in mind, this isn't like your campfire, these small little sparks that go up. These are huge chunks of wood that are burning that go flying across the street here, and you can just see how smoky it is when this wind starts picking up, and they were describing it. I heard the fire expert describing it as rain of sparks. It's exactly what it looks like and what it feels like. It burns your hands, burns your face as it comes right by, and certainly this is the big problem here. These are actually DWP crews that are making their way, water and power crews that are making their way up here. White's Canyon is where we are, near Canyon Crest. We watched a house burn completely to the ground, a pretty sizable house at that, just down the way over here. I'm looking over, and there's just nothing left but some flames smoldering on the hillside over there. But we are watching this grow in size here on this hillside. There are homes just above this hill that we're looking at right now. So this is going to become a concern as it gets bigger and bigger and the winds get stronger and stronger. Really, we haven't had much of these winds dying down at all. You can hear it in the microphone, and you can see these flames and these sparks just running right across as this flame continues to burn, and these are all going, and that hurts every time it hits your face there. We're trying to be as protected as we can. I'm wearing some goggles right now. I don't have my mask on, but I will put that on in just a little bit, but these embers are just scooting right across the street right now.
Well, Josh, as we continue to look at the screen here, we're now looking at Gary Lineberry's shot from Sky 9. We want to let everybody know that coming up at 10 o'clock, there's going to be another news conference. Every time this type of thing happens up in the Santa Clarita area, they take over Central Park, which is on Bouquet over near Saugus High School, which is being used as one of the evacuation centers. But we do expect that the fire department, as well as Sheriff Baca, a number of the Santa Clarita city officials, all slated to be gathering in Central Park in Saugus at 10 o'clock, and they'll be bringing us up to date on exactly what they're expecting as far as the fight overnight is concerned. So make sure you keep it here on KCAL 9 for that. And Gary Lineberry, you're over Canyon Country right now.
Hi, Rick, and as we said earlier, we were coming up Sierra Highway here, and on the northwest side of the highway, there's a lot of fire that's come right down behind. There's some kind of a structure here that is down. Now, there are businesses along here, and there's a lumber yard through here. This may be that. I don't know if we have anybody on the ground, but Dave Malkoff was in that area.
Well, you know, that's something that we have been dealing with off and on as we're trying to cover this story for you out there, because all of our live shots, our live vans, our satellite shots, and our helicopters are having to deal with weather conditions out there as well. And of course, you're in some of these canyon areas where you don't always get the best reception, but look at the picture you're still seeing at this hour out of Canyon Country. That's Josh's live location. And while you were looking at this, we want to remind you there are other fires burning in the South Island right now. We have a crew on its way to Ontario, where a fire has just exploded in the half hour or so. And then what you're looking at now is the fire in Orange County, and this looks bad.
Yeah, this has really gotten big over the last hour or so. We want to remind everybody that the governor now has proclaimed a state of emergency in a number of Southern California counties. Riverside, here in Los Angeles County, in Orange County, and where Michelle Gili is right now, San Diego, where we had a death earlier today because of the fire, and San Bernardino County, as well as Santa Barbara and Ventura counties due to the wildfires burning up in those regions. What this simply means is the proclamation now allows the state of emergency services to deploy personnel and equipment to assist the various firefights all around Southern California right now. And Lena, I think at last count we had 13 different fires burning throughout the course of this day, so they need help.
And unfortunately, the weather conditions are expected to worsen with daybreak, that we may see the winds pick up again. And of course, you are still going to have fires burning throughout the night. And so that's a big concern for us as the winds pick up tomorrow. We may see some embers flying and some spotting as well. Juan, you were talking about things are supposed to get better. However, we still have a couple more days of these kind of conditions.
We have several more days, Lena, before things get better. The onshore flow is going to be returning by Friday, so definitely things are going to get cooler. You are going to see that air mass that goes from over the ocean towards the land, so you are going to see more of a marine layer. You are going to see more of some cloud cover, and that, of course, will help bump up the humidity levels and make things a little less treacherous for fire conditions. So that onshore flow returning by Friday. In the meantime, we've got a couple of days to bring you up to date on the winds strengthening at dawn on Monday. That is tomorrow morning as you start your work week. Gusts from 80 to 90 miles an hour. Sustained winds all day, 40 to 50 mile an hour winds. Definitely for the mountain passes, mountain and our pass areas. Rick?
Did you say earlier today that they actually clocked the winds at over 100 miles an hour?
Yeah, there was one area here, I'll have to check it, 108 mile an hour winds. I think it was Whittier Peak.
Yeah, off the 5
But
freeway.
I'll definitely check that out. And then Rick and Lena, we're expecting more winds on Tuesday morning. Tomorrow, some of that smoke plume that you see that Jeff was talking about, so much smoke, that's going to help block out some of the sunlight, meaning some reduced temperatures, meaning that firefighters will get a break when it comes to temperatures. But humidity is still going to be low, and those winds are still going to be churning. And I don't know, here in Studio City, even I can feel just the dry conditions in here.
Well, you said 80 to 90 miles an hour. That's a small hurricane, right?
That's right. That's right.
Yeah, well, it's really blowing. What you're looking at now is more stuff on the ground from the Irvine area. And the aerial shot on the right, I believe, is the same thing. Lena, you brought up Brian Kearns earlier when we were talking with him on the phone a couple hours ago, and he was a little guarded, but seemed a little nonchalant about how the fire was 15 or 20 miles behind him, and he wasn't real worried about it. And you're absolutely right. Now it's coming into his hometown here, and it's moving very rapidly.
And I know that in some of those areas that were burning, I think Michelle Gili was saying they're eucalyptus trees, and you know those things. They
go up like a match.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So still just dramatic pictures of flames here in Irvine, and we're getting some flare-ups in the Canyon Country area, and also hopefully we'll be able to bring you that shot of the Ontario fire as well, because that looked like it was going really well too. And I'm sure you've been out there, Rick, covering the winds out there.
Yeah.
I mean, those winds can get really wicked out in the Ontario area.
Let's go back now to the Canyon Country area. We have a number of reporters on the ground there. We're going to talk with Christine in a few minutes, but let's go to Josh first. He's on the ground and has been watching these homes go up and monitoring the winds out there. We can hear it on your microphone, Josh.
Yeah, well, you know what? Remember I told you that this was going to become a problem. It was a small little fire at first. Now the hillside's starting to burn pretty good, and now we're starting to see water drops. We actually had a helicopter just come overhead and do a water drop right on this hillside that you're looking at, just about 50 feet away from my location here. We got fire trucks now monitoring the situation. I see a couple of engine crews nearby right now, but it is starting to become a concern now because those flames are starting to crawl up that hillside towards some homes that are right at the top of the hill. So certainly it became a problem, and now we'll start to see some resources coming in here to this location on White's Canyon. So we're going to be watching very carefully. And again, the big problem here, these embers just keep blowing off all into these neighborhoods below us here, and I can even see some more resources coming up the canyon right now. But certainly you can tell that when they start doing water drops on a hillside, that means they're very serious about this situation here.
That is something. We want to remind you that for the very latest information, to keep it here on KCAL-9, we are the only station in town that has been able to bring to you uninterrupted coverage of all of these fires since early this morning, from the Malibu fire that destroyed, first of all, the Malibu Presbyterian Church, and then Castle Kashan. Just a shame, too, to see someone's home, but all the memorabilia and the memories she had in there lost. You know, people say, oh, you know, things can be replaced, lives can't. Certainly that's true, but you can't, you know, it's these people who lose their homes. That is something very devastating.
Yeah, we heard the pastor from the church saying that he wasn't quite sure if they had full insurance, and now he was going to check into it, and just horrible stories coming out of all these different communities of people that are getting back or hearing about their homes or businesses burning by watching the television. And such a disappointment and sad night for them. Let's go to Christine Lazar, who is on the ground in Canyon Country and in the Agua Dulce area, I think. Christine, bring us up to date from your location.
Well, you know, last time we spoke at 9 o'clock, I said the winds had really started to die down here. Well, in the past half hour or so, they're starting to pick back up. And we've been watching the ridge over my shoulder. You can't really see it now, but we're starting to see a red glow coming over the ridge. Just a reminder of how the fact that this fire is just continuing to burn by the numbers. More than 10,000 acres tonight, more than 10 structures destroyed. Also, 3 civilians injured. We know at least one of them was injured. He was staying behind to try to protect his home, and he ended up losing his footing, tumbling down the hillside. So a very dangerous situation here for residents. We've been watching the traffic here on Sierra Highway. It's really started to slow over the past couple of hours. I imagine that's because most of the residents have gotten their things together, gotten their animals in their cars, and gotten out. But again, firefighters saying it really helps them out if you get off the road, you get out of the area so they can protect your homes. And again, 3 people injured. So there is some dangerous stuff going on out here tonight. And again, this fire just continues to burn. And as these winds continue to pick up, it is not an easy job for firefighters. Live in Agua Dulce, I'm Christine Lazar, KCAL-9 News.
All right, Christine, thank you for that. We've been watching the computers here and trying to keep you up to date on what's going on in Ontario and down in Orange County as well. We want to go back to Josh, though, because, Josh, they've lost power at your location?
Well, we thought they had lost power for just a moment here because the light on the street here went out and there were some power crews right next to us. But as we see below just above that smoke, and the reason we thought it lost power because the smoke is so thick up here, but you can just see the window above that flame there, so that the flames are just below these line of houses here in the Canyon Crest housing development. So that's what we're watching very carefully. What's interesting now, we have watched a lot of resources come up into our area, and then every so often we'll see a flood of cars coming up from above White's Canyon. I can only assume that those are people who have decided that it is time to go to one of those evacuation centers and heed the warning of the LA County sheriffs and, of course, the LA County firefighters when they say it is time to get out, and the situation is just too fluid with these embers flowing around all over the area here in Canyon Country.
Josh, thank you for that. As we continue to watch your picture, we want to bring people up to date about Ontario. We're getting off the computer right now that the area out near Schaefer Avenue and Walker Avenue in Ontario, they've got some mandatory evacuations out there. If you're familiar with this location, there are a number of farms out there, dairy farms in particular, and they've got hay stacked on these farms for the dairy cattle. Well, the embers are getting into the haystacks now, and now the fire is jumping from haystack to haystack. They've got a number of acres being burned out there. About 100 people have been evacuated. No injuries to report at this point. Some structures are threatened on these various dairy farms, primarily where the haystacks are burning in some of the outsheds there, outbuildings. But again, Ontario having its hands full tonight as well, Lena.
Yeah, let's bring in Chief Sam DiGiovanna in to talk to us about some of the dangers we're going to be facing out there. In particular, the power lines out there. The Malibu fire they thought might have been started by a downed power line, but then you've got this fire and these winds who are bringing down power lines because of the fire as well.
You're right, Lena, that's true. You know, we think about the fire, we focus in exactly on that, but don't forget, these winds do cause these power lines to come down. So as you're evacuating, we have a power outage, people can stand or step on power lines, something you just don't think about. Traffic signals are out, it's pitch black out there. There's a lot more for the residents to be heads up why they're doing this. That's why, again, let's go back to the mandatory and voluntary evacuations. Just if you're asked to do a voluntary evacuation, just do it, because when it's mandatory, that's when the conditions are at its worst. And like we're seeing, that there are power outages, power lines, especially if the winds increase, something to be aware of.
And you're talking about those down power lines. It's not like you see on TV where you're in a movie or something where they're sparking and jumping around, because sometimes if it's just lying there, don't you treat all wires like they're live?
Treat them all like they're live. And you know, sometimes they just drape over a chain link fence and you touch the chain link fence and it could be energized. So there's a lot more to this.
Chief, thank you for that. We want to bring Gary Lineberry back into the conversation here and remind people that about 6.5 minutes from right now, we're expecting the Los Angeles County Fire Department to hold a news conference in the Central Park up in Saugus, and we expect to hear from the fire as well as Chief Baca and some of the city officials there. Gary, from your view there, how do things look on the ground?
Well, this is an area that I think this is near where Josh was telling us the fire had flared up, and he saw a helicopter come in here and make a drop a while ago. You see this has just blown out. This is what happens when the wind gets on a fire here. A small fire turns into a big one very quickly. It's right alongside some homes here. We see fire equipment in there on the periphery. As we look up to the upper edge of that fire, you can see the lights from you can see where the homes are and the lights from the fire equipment that is in there, but that is very, very close. Now the wind is pushing it away from those homes, but there is a little finger of homes up there on the left, right at the top of your picture on the left, that a little higher, Mike, a little higher please, and you'll see right in there, there's some lights and homes where that fire is headed right over for them. So they are going to be very concerned about that. The wind is pushing that fire directly toward those homes, and I think that's the area that Josh was talking about. The helicopter will certainly come back here and try to knock some of that down, but it doesn't take long for a small fire to become a big one here. Just a few minutes with the wind on it like that, and a little bit of a spot turns into a fire that becomes almost unmanageable. So we'll keep an eye on this one and see what happens. Other than that, we looked over on the Sierra Highway and we saw a couple of structures down. I'm not sure if it was a lumber yard or what it was. We couldn't identify it because we're up so high, but that is on the Sierra Highway on the northwest side. We did see some more damage over there, so there are going to be some more structures in the tally here. Probably won't get all that until tomorrow. For now, reporting live overhead, I'm Gary Lineberry in Sky 9. Back to you.
Gary, thank you for that. Those of you familiar with the Sierra Highway area out there, you've got not only the apartment complex, which is a good size apartment and condominium complex out there. You also have a number of restaurants. You've got the Moose Lodges out there on the other side. I believe that there is a mobile home park along that stretch, and a number of other businesses on the other side. So there is a great deal at stake before it starts moving on the other side of Sierra Highway into the more populated residential areas. So we're going to keep a close eye on which is out near where Dave Malkoff is stationed.
Although we have a number of fires burning in the Southland right now, the areas of most concern right now, the fire in Orange County, which has spread very quickly, no containment on that fire, near the Irvine area. Also, the fire near a farm in Ontario where there are mandatory evacuations underway. And of course, the fire in Canyon Country, which is flaring up, and the firefighters, they are really at Mother Nature's mercy.
Yeah, we mentioned Dave Malkoff on the ground in Canyon Country. Let's go down and get the latest from him. Dave, are you there?
Yes.
Bottom here, I don't know what.
Oh, you guys? Can you hear me?
We hear you.
Okay, we are here at the Moose Lodge. I was just trying to get my bearings on where this area is we're looking at. This is an area called Shangri-La. It is on the other side of the highway right here in Canyon Country as some more water vehicles go up there. We also saw fire and power crews. Here comes another fire unit here from, it looks like Los Angeles County is coming through at this point. Yes, that's a Los Angeles County firefighter going through this area, pulling up towards the Shangri-La area. That is on the west side of Sierra Highway here. And we are over right near the Moose Lodge, where a lot of people are trying to figure out what's going to happen with this fire, how close is it going to get to their homes. We are hearing of the fire actually going towards some of the structures over there. We do have a list of some of the school closures that I could go over if you want me to go over those, because everybody out here is coming up to me asking, is there school tomorrow? Will there be school? But this is the official list of the school closures right now at this time. Hold on a second. We have Canyon Country and Valencia campuses of the College of the Canyons has been canceled for tomorrow. Administrative offices will remain open according to the spokesman, that is John McLuhan. And as I scroll down here, due to some of the wildfires in the region, classes at both Valencia and Canyon Country campuses will be closed. And that is the same one that I had just before. All Malibu public schools, along with Topanga Elementary School and the Pepperdine Malibu campus, obviously that had some fire damage, so that will be closed as well. In Northridge, presently there is a fire close to the proximity of that school, while campuses is not presently, that campus is not presently in danger in Northwood. It's unlikely that there will be access to the school tomorrow, so therefore they are canceling school for Monday, October 22nd, and that is in Northwood, so let all the families know out there. We've also got an announcement from the Bishop Albany High School, where Monday our regular class, we will be on the regular class schedule. So that school will be open. You might want to check with your district, call the information line there. That's a big question that we're hearing from a lot of people. Now, a lot of people are doing their own voluntary evacuation here in Canyon Country, and look at this. You've got your dog out here, and so you got all the essentials, and you got this guy here as well.
Yes, I do. Her name's Shy, by the way.
Oh, Shy. Well, she's being protected by all these guys. I mean, you must be very happy to see and hear this behind you.
Yes, definitely. I had to come home and run to get her because I didn't want to leave her there.
What did you think when you first saw that fire coming towards your home? Do you live on this side or the other side?
Over there behind everything. So when the fire was coming around, we were just standing in the parking lot and we were just watching it, and we're like, oh my God, like it was coming for our house. So we were scared, of course.
Well, good luck. The fire looks like it's coming close. It's about a block and a half away from here, but the wind is pushing it back. So Pat and Glenn, let's go back to you in the studio.
All right, thank you very much for that, Dave Malkoff. And good evening, everyone. You are watching KCAL 9 News at 10, where we've been following breaking news all day long. Earlier today, the big story was the brush fire in Malibu, but tonight, the concern is in Portola Springs in Orange County, in Ontario, and in Canyon Country, where we just heard a report from Dave Malkoff.
And nearly 4,000 people in Canyon Country have now been evacuated tonight, and firefighters say at least 10 structures have burned. At last word, 10,000 acres have gone up in flames, and this fire is only continuing to grow tonight. We want to go live now to KCAL 9's Josh Rubenstein up in Canyon Country. Josh?
Yeah, we're on White's Canyon right now, just below the Canyon Crest housing development. I've got a team of firefighters now that are going to work on this hillside that is right next to me right now. In fact, these are LA City firefighters. I've seen 1, 2, 3, about 4 LA City fire trucks that are out here helping the folks here in LA County. and in Canyon Country. We watched earlier as a house burned to the ground. I'll stay on this picture that you have right now because the winds are just so fierce. The embers are burning. Look at my mouth too. They're burning right off of this hillside that when we first arrived here, there were flames on the hillside, and then we had a crew come here and put them out, and in just the last half hour, there they go, popping up again, and that is why they call this a stubborn brush fire, a stubborn fire that is wind-driven, and it's spotting all over the place here in Canyon Country. Now, you were with us, Pat and Glenn, when we were watching that house burn to the ground, and I want to show you what's left of that house. That was a pretty sizable house, right? And I'm going to show you what is left of that house, someone's dream house here in Canyon Country. Jacob pushing in, Jacob doing a phenomenal job getting us these views tonight, and that is all that's left. That's right there. That was a huge home in Canyon Country. Now, just a pile of ashes, and that is what is going on here, and people's dreams are going up in flames. And I can tell you, the childhood home that I lived in burned down. There was an electrical fire that we had when I was younger, and it's devastating. You lose everything, and really Mother Nature has no shame when it comes to this, and the flames just take everything from you. And you can see right now this hillside burning, blowing off these embers, and we are looking at the top up here at a house right now that you can see these homes that are right above us, and I'm sure that some of those LA City firefighters are going to go up and do some structure protection in those homes to make sure that these flames don't keep licking up the hillside. We did see a couple of water drops here. I counted 3 water drops on this hillside that started off as really just the size of a postage stamp, and then now really blossoming into quite a fire up on this hillside. So we are watching the situation, and it continues to be a fluid situation as the firefighters work. And one other thing, I think if I wait for a second, we may be getting another water drop, because I hear another one of those LA County fire ships making their stretch around here, doing really a great job of cooling off the hillside too out ahead of it. I think that's what it's going to do right now. But again, the concern is that it's going to go sneak right up this hillside into the neighborhood above Canyon Crest right now. I think the helicopter's coming. I don't know if you can get a shot of it. It is right there. And it's about to come in and do a water drop. Right here. Ready? He's going to sneak right in here at nighttime. Very dangerous in these hillsides. Now they're working on it from the ground and from the air. This certainly is going to be a concern as we make our way through the evening. The water's now going to drift over to our side, so we get wet every time these choppers do these drops, but they really are tremendous, and they help everybody out. So we are live out here in Canyon Country. Back to you guys.
Well, of course, those water drops, usually if those are voluntary at night, it's up to the pilots, really.
Yeah, whether they want to fly or not. Yeah. And we can't say enough about our firefighters here in Southern California. We've got the country's best, and as you mentioned, Glenn, it is up to them to fly whether they want to or not. It is very dangerous conditions. Besides being dark, those guys have been flying all day long, and here they are at nighttime trying to put these fires out in where some of these homes and structures have burned. And Josh, I concur. I had a home burned down also when I was a kid, and I tell you, when you listen to the experts tell you to grab your family first, grab your loved ones, and then your possessions, and possessions like pictures that cannot be replaced. That's what I remember missing the most in some of the years of my life. So hopefully people are paying attention to that, but you've got to be safe and make sure when they tell you to evacuate, whether voluntary or not, to get out of there, because that allows the firefighters to have more room to get into those homes where they really need them. We do want to remind our viewers that we're expecting a press conference any moment now, LA County Fire, with Sheriff Lee Baca on some of these major fires that have burned in our area tonight.
Yeah, meantime, Governor Schwarzenegger has declared a state of emergency in LA, Orange, Riverside, San Diego, San Bernardino, Santa Barbara, and Ventura counties. I think the only one in Southern California he left out was Imperial County.
And it's still early, isn't it,
It's still early. Anything could happen.
Yeah, and I don't say that lightly, but we've been sitting here all afternoon and evening and just watching brush fire after brush fire ignite here in Southern California. And we're about to go to one now where, Glenn, as you know, in just over the last couple of hours, we have seen this fire move tremendously fast.
Yeah, this is in Portola Springs, which is around the Irvine area. And this thing, Michelle Geely, our first report a couple hours ago from her, she said, it's real small. It's not that big a deal right now. Looks a lot worse than it is. We left her for maybe, 5 minutes? Came back suddenly. We got voluntary evacuations, and it's only getting worse.
We're going to go back to you, Michelle, live now, so you can give us the latest. Michelle?
Pat and Glenn, we have moved locations because I wanted to give our viewers another vantage point. I am in Portola Springs. I know I was probably my voice was a bit muffled earlier because the wind was blowing so hard and I was talking through that mask. We are in Portola Springs, which is a development still under construction, but there are people also living here. It's a new development in Irvine. Primarily, this fire is burning in the Northwood section of Irvine. That's near Sand Canyon and Portola Road. I spoke to the police department a short time ago, and they tell me that 12 people, a very small amount of people, have been evacuated from this development here, right on Portola and Sand Canyon, as well as another apartment complex, Orchard Hills. That is closer to the center of Irvine, if you will, near Jeffrey Road and Portola. Those people have been evacuated. I do have some late figures from the Orange County Fire Authority. This fire, which started at about 6 o'clock tonight, deep in the canyon, that's Santiago and Silverado Canyons near Irvine Lake, it is now burned 3,800 acres. We have 400 firefighters battling this blaze. This is a wind-driven fire. We have quite a few road closures to announce for you so you know what's going on. There have been a few structures burned, not residential homes. These are outbuildings and nursery buildings. I believe it's the El Medina Nursery along Portola that has burned. That was the area that we saw earlier, some very, very dramatic flames and a eucalyptus grove there going up into flames. And they were concerned about the fire jumping Portola and then marching toward the 5 freeway, an area that's heavily populated, but they seem to have gotten that under control, and as you can probably tell, the winds have died down, at least for now. If we have that graphic related to the road closures, I think that might be helpful to our viewers. According to the Orange County Fire Authority, Portola between Sand Canyon and the 241 toll road is closed. Jamboree between Chapman and Portola, and the 261 toll road closed between the 241 and Portola. That's latest here live in Irvine. I'm going to toss it back to you in Los Angeles.
All right, thank you very much, Michelle. Right now we're going to go back to Canyon Country, where we are expecting a press conference to start any time now with the LA County Fire Department. That'll be taking place in Central Park on Bouquet Canyon Road. Now, at the last report hours ago, this thing had exploded to 10,000 acres, and at that time, we knew of 2 structures that had burned. Since then, there's been another 8 structures officially that have burned down, mostly people's residences there in Canyon Country. So I would imagine the acreage on this fire, Pat, has probably grown quite a bit since that last report of 10,000 acres.
Well, you know it has, Glenn, and if you remember a couple of hours ago, we were reporting 800 people evacuated, and at the top of the hour, we have nearly 4,000 people evacuated from this area. More than 300 firefighters on the ground fighting this fire, and as we just saw in a live report, we do...
I am no longer Jewish. I quit!
Department has basically told the residents to stay put. It's not an evacuation order, but they wanted them to keep their windows and doors closed. What can you add to this?
Well, we're on the ground significantly south of those dramatic flames you saw from Jim and Skyfox. We're at the intersection of Sand Canyon Road and Irvine Boulevard, where there are new homes that are under construction behind me off into the distance. I'm going to step back and you can see where those lights are. The firefighters have been hard at work. That's the ridge that Jim is flying over. Now, let me show you some dramatic pictures from earlier today. This broke out, they're telling us, about 6 o'clock. These pictures taken shortly after dark, and you can see the flames fanned by the wind. It started, they're saying, with just 20 acres. Again, this is on the northern edges of Irvine, east of the 5 freeway, north of the old El Toro Air Station. If you're familiar with this area, Orange County Authority firefighters quickly attacked this. They're calling it the Santiago Canyon Fire. There's Limestone Park near here. It's a combination of parkland and new construction. Quite terrifying for many of those who've been here watching this. Let's listen.
I'm kind of concerned on how fast this is spreading, and if, you know, they got anybody up there trying to get it under control.
Now, as we come back live, the 2 developments that are under construction that were threatened are Woodbury and Northwood. We'll show you this live picture again. This has been Sand Canyon north into the hills has been shut down at Irvine Boulevard. Firefighters say that, of course, as is the case with much of the rest of Southern California, it's all about the wind right now. And you can see that the wind is still pretty strong, gusting out, guesstimate 20, 30, 40 miles per hour. That's the very latest live from Irvine. I'm Phil Schuman. Jeff, Susan.
Phil, does it seem like there's adequate resources there as far as firefighting equipment goes? Have you seen any of the resources going by you?
Yeah, there's been a steady stream of fire engines, and they tell us from the Orange County Fire Authority that they have enough resources, that isn't really the issue right now. It's more about, trying to stay ahead of it, depending on where these winds go.
And we understand that Chris Concepcion from the Orange County Fire Department told us earlier that 3,800 acres burned or is burning, are burning rather, in this area, pretty rugged area, but no mandatory evacuation. Is that correct, Phil?
That's the latest information. It's tough to estimate this acreage because it is sort of mountainous, some hills, so it's tough to get a real accurate count on the acreage. A lot of it is rugged, undeveloped land, but those are the latest numbers we have, and yes, they're saying that it's not mandatory evacuation, mainly because these areas are under construction. These mostly are newer homes that are being built and not any existing neighborhoods.
We have been talking throughout the day that hopefully by night these winds would die down. That has not happened. Hasn't happened in the Santiago Canyon fire. It hasn't happened up north by Agua Dulce and Canyon Country, and very likely not over in the Malibu area either. So the firefighters all over the Southland have their hands full tonight, and they don't have the air resources that they would have during the day. The helicopters aren't flying, although I think that Chris Concepcion said they had 2 choppers up in the air.
No, I think you're mistaking it with the Canyon Country fire.
That's the Canyon Country fire, all right.
That we did have somebody from LA County Fire say that they had a couple of helicopters flying still.
But point still taken is that they just don't have that air support that they would have during the day. And the fire doesn't have, there isn't higher humidity out there tonight, and the fire and the winds are not softening whatsoever.
Exactly. Amy Murphy is here with us on the anchor desk. And Amy, again, we talk a lot about how this creates its own weather. But now when you have so much in so many different areas, does it just sort of stack upon itself?
It is the perfect storm, unfortunately, the perfect firestorm, as we say. We're dealing with temperature. It's very, very warm temperatures today, very low relative humidity levels. Also, the wind, obviously a major factor in all of this with some gusts. We had a report in Whitaker Peak of 108-mile-per-hour gusts today. So some areas are getting, that was a Category 2 strength hurricane force. Yeah. So when you have a wind that strong, you are going to see these embers carry very far. Also, the fuel. Obviously, we know that we haven't had rain in so very long, or any amount of rain that was going to do us any amount of good, and so we have that tinder dry fuel, and it is everywhere. So we have the wind, we have the temperature, we have the topography. We talked earlier about the hilliness of these areas, the mountains, and how when the wind hits the side of the mountain, it produces what we call a mechanical lift or an orographic lift, and that fire races up the mountain and down the other side. And so with these things in tandem, continuing over and over, that's what's going on here.
Amy, we need to break away for just a minute and go to a news conference. There's a news conference in progress, and I think
regarding the Canyon Country fire, and there you see
Sheriff Lee Baca.
And, the men and women of the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department and the LA County Fire Department want to continue to reassure the public that there are significant fire resources in addition to law enforcement resources. The fire resources have been announced: 400 firefighters, sheriffs and police, that's county police, CHP, and there is a squad from the Los Angeles Police Department, a number over 100 personnel. Projection of time for this fire, this is a dangerous fire, is about 5 days. We think that Tuesday night this wind factor will start to subside, and it is a very, very important part of this effort on behalf of the fire and the police to monitor the weather and make sure that whatever we're doing is consistent with this weather change. There have been a number of evacuations, and mandatory evacuations in themselves for this region are Bouquet Canyon, from Vasquez North to Spunky Canyon. Also San Francisco Canyon area from Copper Hill to Spunky Canyon. There are 2 shelters. One is at Saugus High School. At the Saugus High School shelter, there are approximately 100 evacuees. There's also a secondary high school that is providing shelter as well, and that's the Golden Valley High School. The Red Cross is in place. There's an adequate shelter, there's adequate accommodations for overnight stay. Highway closures. There is a closure of Sierra Highway from Soledad to Davenport Road due to what is burned power lines. In the manner of transportation impairment, the bridge at Vasquez and Bouquet Canyon Roads is virtually destroyed due to the fire. The Southern California Edison is reporting that 875 Santa Clarita Valley customers are without power. Hopefully that will be relieved before the end of the night. The Edison crews are working around the clock to restore the power. There will be some school closures, and I'll ask for Captain LaBerge to discuss the school closures with you.
Thank you, Sheriff Baca. I'd like to go over some of the school closures that are affecting both the Santa Clarita Valley and the city of Santa Clarita. Basically, all classes for Monday, October 22nd, have been canceled at the east and west facilities of College of the Canyons, the Hart Unified School District, Saugus Union School District, Santa Clarita Christian, Sunshine North Valencia Preschool and After School, Sunshine Wiley Canyon, Sunshine Fair Oaks, Sunshine Pine Tree, Sunshine North Lake Hills, Legacy, Trinity Christian, Rainbow Promise Preschool and Kindergarten, along with Pinecrest School on Lost Canyon Road. Those are the school closures at this time.
Thank you. The fire services and the law enforcement services are requesting that the residents that are nearest to the fire problem restrict their travel and retain some minimum activity in terms of their travel in and out of the area, because a significant amount of equipment is necessary to move into the affected area of where the fire is.
Mr. Massey, can we ask you a quick question about the movement of this fire? Jaime Garza with CBS KCAL-9. These erratic winds have been making these flames hopscotch. What has been your largest challenge with this terrain, the amount of homes in the area and the people in terms of what you need to do out here today?
I think you pretty much made the point, answered your own question. But our biggest problem is that it is a wind-driven fire. And, you know, basically it's hopscotching from one neighborhood to another neighborhood. And we're trying to amass enough resources to handle those neighborhoods.
And how have the people been reacting with you folks? Are they getting out of your way? Because we saw those fire trucks zooming in and out of these canyons. Are they cooperating?
Yes, they definitely are. And if you notice, there is a lot of traffic on the streets, and that's why we're asking that tomorrow that, you know, there's no schools open, that they, you know, keep the roads clear for our fire trucks.
Did you guys make a decision tonight on any use of any aircraft, if you're able to at all?
Due to the winds and the speed of the winds, we can't fly any aircraft tonight, but they will be up and flying in the morning.
What about manpower? We have so many fires burning, Malibu and Castaic. You stretched pretty thin, and if so, how is that affecting your firefighting efforts?
Yeah, we're definitely stretched thin, but we've placed orders for more equipment in the morning, and we do have on order more aircraft and more engine personnel, so we should plus that by about 200 in the morning.
What happens with winds like this at night when it's so dark to fight these fires? Can you see which direction you need to go, and is there potential for more injury at this time?
Yeah, but you know, we do all we can to prevent injuries. The winds do present a problem at night. However, we basically fall back into a structure protection mode, and with some crews out there working the lines.
And the structures that did burn, were they caused by embers that were flying, or was it because the wall of fire just came right up to them too quickly?
Well, the combination of the embers with the wind blowing, you know, forcefully onto the homes.
Can you please express to the audience watching, even though a fire looks like it may have lied down and it looks pretty calm, that's not really a reassuring factor, is it?
Oh no, we're still working diligently to you know, put those flames down, and we do know that the winds will come up again in the morning.
There are fires burning all the way from San Diego County all the way up to Santa Barbara County. Is this unexpected? Is it strange that all of these fires popped up today? Is there some kind of pattern that is making you guys look beyond just wind-driven fires?
Basically, you know, when you have winds like this, you know, the opportunity to have these types of incidents will occur. You have down power lines also that come with the wind, and there's other factors also that cause these types of fires.
And do you have a cause or a potential cause for this fire?
Right now we're looking at wires down.
About where location?
I'm not sure on the point of origin at this time.
For this particular fire?
Correct. Somewhere in the Agua Dulce area, though.
What are the predictions for the weather conditions overnight?
Looking at strong winds through till Tuesday.
How far away are crews coming from to help?
We placed the order, and I'm pretty much sure that they're coming from just about anywhere in California, because of the, there's numerous incidents down here in the Southland. So we got the region up and open, and that's where we're placing our orders through.
So how vulnerable will you be through the night if all of your equipment and whatnot won't be coming until the morning?
We always have some equipment in reserve. So if something jumps up tonight, we have crews ready to be put on that spot.
What does it look like at this hour? I mean, there are certain areas that were really engulfed in flames, and then it just got dark on us.
Right.
I mean, is this fire moving away from the populated areas, or is that not the case?
No, it's backing right now due to the wind change. The wind kind of died down a bit. It's backing, and it's making some runs up in those homes, near those homes. But hopefully we keep this pattern right here where the winds have died down, so we can get in there and do some good work.
Which homes are you talking about? What specific areas?
Talking about the areas over near Sierra Highway, and then over Bouquet Canyon. All right, thank you very much.
Sheriff
Thank
Lee
you, everybody,
Baca.
for coming. If there's a press conference,
Maybe
at
lower
the
that
Also some fire personnel there talking about the start of this fire. They believe it possibly started with downed wires in the Agua Dulce area. Now there are fires burning in Canyon Country and also Bouquet Canyon, which is off to the north of what we're looking at now.
Also saying from Sheriff Lee Baca that he has 100 personnel, law enforcement personnel between the sheriffs and the CHP out in that area to both effect any evacuations as well as control traffic. He said you can expect a 5-day-long fire event, and that's pretty much echoing what was said in Malibu as well, and what our own Amy Murphy was saying as far as the weather conditions go. There are 2 shelters up in the Canyon Country area, Saugus High School, Golden Valley High School. The Red Cross is up there. There are closures, so please, before you get in your car, if you live in that area, to head on out, take a look, listen to the radio, watch television, and make sure you know where the closures are so you don't get in the way.
A lot of road closures.
Road closures,
to be
I should
more
say,
specific.
yes. Right.
And also, frankly, school closures. Tomorrow, a lot of school kids will be affected by these fires. Malibu, all of Malibu Unified has closed all of their schools. Pepperdine will not have campus classes at their Malibu campus, and then in this area, in the Santa Clarita area, quite a few of the school systems up there have decided to cancel classes.
And we're looking live right now. This is in Canyon Country, and you can see how close those flames are to those homes. And those look like the mobile home park that Kevin Takumi was talking about earlier.
And Kevin, you were saying that the part of the concern here are the propane tanks that are stored along with RVs. These look like mobile homes, but there are RVs in that area as well?
Yeah, this is the fire has moved to the south. That storage yard has been saved. The fire moved its way down this ridge line down to a mobile home park here. You can see there are some firefighters set up between in the roadways here, setting up for structure protection. But they're keeping a very close eye on this. You can see the winds there, the trees whipping around. You can see how these embers are getting kicked away from the fire here, and it just moves on. There's a spot fire that has started up a little bit ways down the road from where the main fire is burning. But you can see the winds at this point is along Sierra Highway is pretty much a canyon, so the wind is just pushing it farther and farther to the south. Luckily, off to the bottom of your screen there, that burned earlier tonight. The top of that plateau kind of burned earlier tonight. That was the fire that made its way towards the Mint Canyon area. But this is now the eastern side of that ridge line that faces Sierra Highway, and you can see there it's coming very close to this mobile home park.
Kevin, the LA County Fire Department was saying they only have about 300 plus personnel on the scene in that area now. They have 1,400 plus out in Malibu. They're trying to move some of those some of those people over to the Canyon Country area. I don't see any hoses down there, do you?
Yeah, there. I saw a couple of them in the area. You can see some fire engines coming up the road here, but I was taking a peek within here. I saw at least one fire engine kind of on standby in there. I don't see it now, but it was in the middle of the mobile home park there. I don't know where they're setting up, but it was there under the lights about 15 minutes ago. So, but you can see this fire is starting to push its way down the hillside towards this mobile home park. Farther to the south of the mobile home park on Sierra Highway, there are some few businesses. You can see some of these smaller areas of brush are starting to take off, but firefighters are starting to make their way in. I hear battalion chiefs trying to mobilize as many of these crews coming in here into the best positions that they can, but the fire is burning all along Sierra Highway, from the north, from Davenport Pass all the way down to this point in Canyon Country here, so they have a lot of ground to cover.
Boy, 1,800-degree fire. If I'm a mobile homeowner, I am worried tonight in that area. We certainly hope that they get all the resources there that they need.
All right, Kevin, thanks very much for your coverage. We are going to be right back. We're going to take a little break, but stay with us because we have far more coverage of the fires burning in Southern California.
Fox 11 News is sponsored by your Southern California Ford dealers. See what's new at SC4dealers.com. We went to
Stronger winds coming our way tomorrow. Sustained winds will continue to be stronger as well, from about 40 to 50 miles per hour. And they alluded during that press conference that they're waiting until about Tuesday night where they believe they can get a better handle on this, meaning the winds will start to calm down. And I agree with that. I was looking at the National Weather Service and looking at some of the models that we have here, and it does seem like the winds will start to die down late Tuesday night, but we're not talking about super calm winds. It's still going to be breezy out there as we make our way into Wednesday and Thursday. It won't be until about Friday or Saturday of next weekend when we really start to see things change. We're looking at an offshore flow right now. Again, warm weather coming off the mountains and the deserts by Friday, Saturday, and onshore flow. So we will see some of that air and that cooler air as well as a little bit more humidity coming in off of the ocean. So we got a few days to wait.
Okay, the pictures you see on the screen right now, the small picture, of course, is the fire in Canyon Country. This other one, Portola Springs, down in the Irvine area of Orange County, 3,800 acres burned. And, of course, we've got another hot spot. That's out in Ontario.
That's right, Glenn, out there in Riverside County where our Greg Mills is standing by. Well, Greg, are you on the air with us live? We're looking at, seems to be some pretty fierce flames in that area.
Pat and Glenn, I am. We couldn't get our live dish up, and we also had a satellite truck here, and that big dish on top of the satellite truck was being pushed down because the winds are so fierce here. So tell Kai that here in Ontario, things are still going strong. In fact, these are the strongest winds we have seen today. I tried to open the door for our live van just a few minutes ago, and it almost came off the hinges. The door is now broken. It's that intense out here, and it's rocking our live van here. We got here, we're at Walker and Schaefer, southwest a few miles of the Ontario airport. It's all dairy farms here, if you know the area. They've been here for many, many years. When we got here, we saw flames behind a couple of dairy farms, and it appeared, before the winds really picked up and we couldn't see much anymore, it appeared that the flames jumped over Walker Avenue and were behind some other dairy farms. Now, a farmer here told me that there were two fires, actually, and I think you're seeing some from Sky 9 that we took just a little while ago. And he said that the farmer did that some manure caught fire, then a barn filled with hay caught fire, and that was what happened on his property. Now, he was very concerned. They were told to leave, and they did. They're in the truck, but on the road watching over here because, obviously, at these dairy farms, they have livestock they're very concerned about. Plus, he had a favorite horse that's in the corral just behind us. He's keeping an eye and just can't wait to get back here so he can take care of his animals. But so many of the farmers are kind of hanging around concerned with, their living. I mean, basically, this is it. This is what they do for a living, and they don't want to see anything burned down. They don't want to see the livestock hurt. And, of course, the livestock get rather scared here in these situations. But right now, I think the fire is kind of dying down because the fire trucks are leaving, but the wind is so intense, and we're in a major, major dust storm here. So that's kind of the latest here in Ontario.
All right. Well, you were talking hundreds of probably horses in Canyon Country. We're talking probably thousands of cows in Dairyland. I mean, this is
in Ontario.
And if they had to evacuate all those cows, all those milking cows, who knows where they'd have to take them?
And Glenn, if you can still hear me and Pat, we were told when we were coming over here that some cows had gotten out. Where they are, we don't know, because most of them are secured behind fences and are surprisingly very well behaved. And maybe it's just because the sound is muted because the wind is so intense, so strong. And we were up by the Cajon Pass where the winds kind of funnel down through the Cajon Pass, and we were told by the fire department today that the winds were sustained at 50 miles an hour there with gusts to 80 miles per hour. I would say we're matching those 80-mile-an-hour winds right now here in Ontario. It's that intense. But again, I don't really see the fire, and maybe it's just because it's obscured because of all the dust.
Well, you know what? Thank you so much for that report, Greg Mills, and we want you to stay safe out there. You and our camera crew, and we certainly wish the best for the dairy farmers out there and the livestock. We're going to go back to our Gary Lineberry now, where we understand there is a mobile home park threatened or on fire in Canyon Country. Gary, you with us?
Well, Pat, yes, we just identified this. I think this is on the Sierra Highway about 3 miles north of Soledad Canyon Road. This is on the northwest side where the fire is burning, and on the southeast side is it actually looks like a storage facility and possibly a mobile home park there next to that. But you can see it's right across Sierra Highway. The fire is moving very strongly through there. A heavy wind pushing that fire down. There is fire equipment, protection equipment down in that area right now, and you can see that the smoke is just streaming right down the road there. So there are some, looks like maybe some mobile homes down there, but certainly a storage facility there, and the fire is hitting pretty hard in that area right now, but it is also consuming that fuel pretty rapidly. So we'll see if the firefighters are going to be able to hold it on that side of the road. We'll stay overhead and keep an eye on it here in Canyon Country.
Gary, do you see any activity on the ground besides the firefighters, like maybe some residents of those mobile homes maybe leaving, or maybe they've already been evacuated?
Well, we can see it's pretty hard to see down there in the dark. We do see some cars pulling out there now, but that doesn't look like a mass evacuation. I think perhaps, as you said, they have already been evacuated here. So again, yes, that is a small mobile home park there, and then that storage facility right next to it, and that fire bumping pretty hard, but so far staying on its side of Sierra Highway.
All right, Gary, but you know, as we've seen throughout the evening, that those winds can shift, and that those embers can jump the road and start a fire immediately. So we certainly hope that those structures there are safe and that people have evacuated that mobile home park.
Well, this has certainly been a day to remember. This all started, about 5:30 this morning in Malibu Canyon. We saw, incredible flames there, a lot of structures damaged, including that famous castle in Malibu, the First Presbyterian Church in Malibu, and that is sort of under control now. They actually were going to have a press conference earlier tonight. They canceled it, figured there wasn't any need for it. In the meantime, late this afternoon, early in the evening, suddenly things in Canyon Country exploded. Then we've got fires down in Orange County. Now we've got them in Ontario. Castaic, not to mention what's going on in San Diego County.
And what's really strange, almost eerie in a sense, is that this is reminiscent of fires that we've had in our area before. Certainly, I think about 2003, that San Diego fire, because it started fires in our area close to us in Southern California. It just seemed to mushroom, and next thing you know, it seemed like the whole lower half of California was on fire, from coast to coast, as they say. So we hope this will not be a repeat of that. But again, we talk about Malibu being relatively under control this evening, and right now we're watching this area in Canyon Country, the Agua Dulce area, Portola Springs, of course, in Irvine, and as Greg Mills just showed us, the fire in Ontario that we're watching rather heavily. And we're hoping that with the help of additional firefighters in the morning, that will help in this effort. We know we won't get any help from the weather, and it's almost ominous to say I don't know what to expect tomorrow, because as Kai was saying earlier, we're going to have even warmer temperatures, which is something we certainly don't need.
And you've got to figure those firefighters got all that equipment on, and the last thing they need besides all this fire and wind is a lot of heat to deal with.
Now this Sierra Highway is, Gary was just talking about, they're hoping that this fire does not jump the road there. That is closed from Soledad to Davenport Road.
A young excitement, a young energized staff, because of his age and because of his,
We're not sure if any structures are threatened right now. But that's it here live in Ontario. We see more firefighters arriving on scene, but as of this point, it looks like just brush on fire that we have been told.
Okay, that's just fire equipment behind you, no flames behind you there off of your left shoulder. That's just fire equipment you're looking at?
Yes, there are several fire engines here. There was an ambulance here earlier, but I think they were just sent out with the other fire trucks.
And you're south
So we have seen several come on the scene.
South of the Ontario airport, I don't know how much air traffic there is at this hour, but have you heard as to whether or not the traffic was diverted?
We did see a couple planes coming in, which I was very surprised to see some, because driving down the freeway, there were dozens of big rigs overturned. My cameraman, Gino, he says he's been working 22 years, has never seen so many big rigs overturned and the winds this out of control. So it is amazing that there are a couple planes still coming in at this hour.
Suzanne, thanks very much. We have to interrupt you. 59-mile-per-hour winds out there. The relative humidity, 9%. And that is pretty much the picture all over Southern California. We will be right back. Stay with us.
Fox 11 News is brought to you by Sprint.
Who knows? We'd like to say that we'd have a quiet evening, but we don't know that for sure.
You know, Kai, let me ask you, why did things calm down in Malibu?
Yeah, the winds are coming out of the canyons and the passes. So as the winds come out of there, they've really got nowhere to go. You're coming to the ocean at that point. So everything just starts to fade away, and it just kind of dies out. It comes to the end of the road, those winds right about there in the Malibu area. And as those sundowner winds abated earlier this evening, everything started to kind of calm down around the coastal areas. But further inland, we've still got that high pressure system moving further and further east over Northern California right now. And as it does, it's that clockwise movement. You're going to have winds coming out of the north and the northeast. So stronger winds further inland. And that's what we have been seeing throughout the evening right now into your Sunday night. And once again, though, that high pressure system, the gradient is tightening and tightening, and it's going to continue to kick on up tomorrow morning as your Monday gets into gear.
And you know something else, Kai and Glenda, for people that will be waking up tomorrow, imagine the air quality is going to be horrific. But a lot of smoke, even if it burning around you, we know how that happens here. The ash could be carried for miles and miles, and with the wind, that's not going to help that situation. Understand Mary Beth McDade is also in Canyon Country.
Yeah, Mary Beth, where are you right now?
Well, Glenn and Pat, I am just off the 14 freeway. I'm at the Golden Valley exit, and I know that just a short time ago, the fire chief had said that these winds died down in this area, but I got to tell you, we keep getting blown to bits every time a gust goes by. It was in this commuter parking lot that we caught up with many of the evacuees. They came here with their cars all packed up. They sat here for a while. They watched the flames off in the distance, and they wondered if they're going to have homes to go home to. Where exactly do you guys live?
Right where the fire is. Right.
It's a hard thing to watch, flames burning up the hillside where you know your home's in jeopardy.
We're on Cashmere Court, and his school is on Oakmore, and what they said, Fellbridge and Oakmore, which is already, they said, was burning. So there's an older residential, but we're on the hillside, and right where the fire is. So it's a really horrible feeling.
This woman and her family, like hundreds of others, packed up a few personal items and fled their home.
Basic personals, pictures, and clothes we're wearing, the children.
This family had just come home from a shopping trip when they noticed the flames racing in their direction.
A whole bunch of smoke, and like 2 hours after that, or like 1 hour, we like look up the hill. My mom saw, and there's a whole bunch of fire up the hill. Like we start getting up the roof, and we see the fire, and like my dad just starts running to the car and putting stuff inside.
Evacuees applaud firefighters' efforts in their battle against a fire that's being fueled by fierce winds.
Intense. We've been up here for the last couple hours. It started as a speck in daylight, and the whole hill caught on fire. There's about 30 to 40 planes and helicopters. They did a great job putting it out, and then once the wind started picking up and you know, the sun went down and the helicopters and the planes were landed, it just flared up, and you could just see the whole hill going up.
And while many of the families that we spoke to are going to stay with other families tonight, there are two shelters that have been set up, one at the Saugus High School and the other at the Golden Valley High School. We also want to mention that some of the teachers who work at the Notre Dame preschool, they wanted to get word out that they will be shut tomorrow because they did not hear it mentioned in that press conference. So again, the Notre Dame preschool that will be closed down tomorrow. Obviously, all these evacuees, very long night ahead of them, waiting and wondering just how much damage they're going to have to deal with. For now, reporting live here at the Canyon Fire, Mary Beth McDade, KCAL-9 News. Back to you guys.
All right. All right, thank you, Mary Beth. And we're going to go back to the scene of a fire that started out, I want to say, rather mildly, and we thought this was going to burn itself out. But it certainly has picked up a lot of steam now. Over 3,800 acres that burned, and that is in Santiago Canyon, particularly Portola Springs, where we find our Michelle Geely. Michelle?
Yeah, Pat, and for people who live here in Orange County, really what we're talking about is the Northwood section of Irvine. The fire is now burning within Irvine city limits, and it has been for quite some time. You remember about an hour ago I was standing here and this fire was absolutely raging. I'm going to have Wilson Posey pan off and show you what it looks like now. The wind is very, very calm at 1 minute and 1 minute, and then it just rears its ugly head again, and things get kind of gusty over here. But this fire is laying very low, as you can see. Eucalyptus trees that were really just raging about an hour ago. It seems like they've all burned now, and the fire is very close to the ground. This is the El Medina nursery, or parts of it. I understand that some outbuildings here burned. In addition, close by is the housing development of Portola Springs. It isn't completely built out. Police went in and evacuated, I'm told, about a dozen residents, and that's in the Portola Springs development. There is also an apartment complex, the Orchard Hills apartment complex, and that's an area where there were some evacuations. We understand that these will be just temporary because, as you can see, the weather seems to be cooperating, and the people will likely be allowed back in at some point tonight. Now, the very latest 3,800 acres burned here in the Santiago Canyon, Irvine area. That's where the fire began, at Santiago and Silverado Canyons near Irvine Lake. 400 firefighters are battling this blaze. No homes lost at this point, no injuries. It seems as though firefighters definitely have the upper hand, although I have no word on any sort of control or containment. This was an area where firefighters had determined they were going to stop the fire, and indeed they did. There is one crew here manning this one section. We do have some road closures to announce for those of you curious about that. Portola between Sand Canyon and the 241 is closed. Jamboree between Chapman and Portola. The 261 is closed between the 241 and Portola. And there is one other road closure that I just found out about, and that's Santiago Canyon between Jamboree and El Toro Road. So as we said, the wind seems to be cooperating, but as one firefighter told me earlier tonight, these embers do fly, and they can fly very far. He was concerned about the Turtle Rock area, but that doesn't seem to be in any danger at this point. That's latest here live in Irvine. Back to you.
All right, thank you, Michelle. Of course, the big fire earlier today was the one in Malibu. 1,200 acres burned before that one, kind of under control tonight, but not before that famous community lost a church, a castle, and a couple of homes in the colony by the beach.
Yeah, it's really a sad sight to see there, Glenn. And David Goldstein has been out in the Malibu Canyon area watching this all day and reporting for us live, and he's back here tonight. And David, it seems pretty calm where you are.
Yeah, Pat, the winds have certainly calmed down. We don't have the fierce winds that were predicted for this evening. A couple of gusts here and there, but for the most part, it has calmed down. Firefighters, of course, still in the area, still keeping a watchful eye on the hillside. You can pan off here behind me. There's one of the hot spots up the hill. We are just north of Carbon Canyon, south of Malibu Pier. Firefighters on PCH are keeping an eye on that hot spot there. They have drawn a line in the sand there because past that area is the Carbon Canyon area, some homes down there, so firefighters want to keep this fire exactly where it is right now.
You know, David, in 1993, isn't that where most of the trouble was centered in Carbon Canyon? We had at least one fatality in that area, didn't we?
Yeah, Carbon Canyon and the next development down from there is where we lost hundreds of homes here in Malibu. So that's right behind that area there. There's a canyon that goes down and then goes right down to the homes in at Carbon Canyon and Carbon Mesa. So that's where the firefighters want this fire to stop right there. Luckily, the winds have been helpful this evening. They're not blowing it around. This hot spot we've been watching all night, it comes and goes, but it's basically staying put, which is good. We've been watching this all day, and these hot spots and hopscotching of fire started much north of here and kept moving south and southeast, but this hot spot here is staying put, coming and going just a little bit.
You know, they pulled a lot of personnel off of this fire and sent them up to Canyon Country, and I know they did cancel their press conference earlier, but have you found any indication of about how many firefighters are still on the scene there in Malibu?
There's still quite a few of them up at the Civic Center. That's where the command center is, and there's still dozens and dozens of trucks up there as the firefighters are waiting to see what could happen in the area. Along PCH, there are just a few trucks. We can pull out here. There's one of the trucks, or two or three of them here, watching this hot spot, keeping an eye on it to radio in if they think there's a big flare-up.
Okay, David, what about PCH itself? Do you see that the road closures are still in effect in certain parts of PCH?
Yeah, PCH is still closed to traffic from around Topanga Canyon all the way up to Malibu Canyon. Just the evacuees, residents are allowed in, but that's about it. We've just been seeing, as you can see there, CHP officers, Sheriff's Department, fire officials, very few private cars, just the emergency crews coming and going.
With that shot you had right there with the spotlight before you started panning back in your direction, you can see a lot of soot coming down. I guess the air quality's got to be awful right now, even though it's slowed down.
Yeah, Glenn, look, that's what we're all breathing in out here. All the ashes flying in the air, and you can just see how the wind really not gusting too much. There's one of the gusts there. You see the ashes moving, but that's what we've been breathing here all day here in Malibu. There's just ashes and soot and smoke all around. Tonight, firefighters are still on the move in Malibu. The hot spots on the hills along PCH are still flaring up after a dangerous day-long battle. The fire exploded, and Malibu residents frantically moved out.
You couldn't even see in front of you, and we just had to walk through the black smoke. I was coughing, I couldn't see. I went like this, and I told my mom to drag me through it, and we were running.
This $1 million beach house on famed Malibu Road was totally engulfed in flames, destroyed as the winds whipped the fire in all directions. You could hear its fury as the winds fueled the fire and firefighters attacked it by air. Water-dropping helicopters provided the relief. The fire moved dangerously close to buildings along PCH, at one point coming just to the back of these businesses. But a last stand by firefighters held firm, and these buildings were saved. And there you're again looking live at this hot spot. Looks like it's flaring up just a little bit on the hill there. The firefighters are watching this. Some of the strike teams just went around the bend a little bit, but they've been keeping their eye on this. But as I mentioned, the good news in looking at this is it really hasn't moved. It flares up, it goes down and flares up, but we don't have the winds right now, at least, that could be blowing those embers onto homes or other trees or other brush, and the fire is basically staying put where it is that we've been watching it the last couple of hours.
All right, David Goldstein reporting live from Malibu. And David, we certainly hope for good news throughout the night in Malibu, that stays relatively quiet. But apparently a different story in Agua Dulce, where we've been watching that all evening as well.
That's right. You're looking at a live picture of the fire in Canyon Country. Of course, it all started in Agua Dulce, and that is where our Christine Lazar is standing by with the latest there. Christine?
Hi, you know, we're here at the corner of Sierra Highway and Agua Dulce Canyon Road, and residents have just kind of been circling this area, watching the fire. Obviously, they're very concerned about their homes tonight. Close to 4,000 people under these evacuation orders. Now, we were out here around 2 o'clock this afternoon, not long after this fire started. We were right in the middle of it as residents started to get a feel for just how out of control this fire would grow. A steady stream of cars and fire trucks down Sierra Highway as residents leave their homes, fleeing a 10,000-acre fire that started near Agua Dulce. The flames surrounded the community within minutes. This man, trying desperately to save his home, slipped down the hillside into cacti and hot spots.
You okay? Hey!
I went down with a piece of wood, just trying to bat it out.
Right.
And I slipped.
It was just starting, and like in about a half an hour, it just started going crazy.
So when you look at it, I mean, how would you judge this fire? Is this one of the biggest ones you've seen over here?
We've been here 5 years, and this is the only one I've seen this close here in 5 years.
Firefighters launched an intense attack from the air and on the ground on this fast-moving blaze. Wind gusts have reached upwards of 50 miles an hour and are continually changing direction. And so those three civilians total have been injured in this fire, and one firefighter. And unfortunately, we're hearing these winds really aren't going to die down until Tuesday night. So these firefighters have a lot of work ahead of them. And I should mention, as you can see behind me, CHP has a roadblock here. But I'm told just in the past couple of hours, they're starting to let a few residents on Sierra Highway here close to, as I said, Agua Dulce Canyon Road. They're letting them go home, but they're telling them again that this fire could change direction at any time, so everyone tonight still very much on their toes. Live in Agua Dulce, I'm Christine Lazar, KCAL-9 News.
Boy, some incredible shots in that report. The guy falling down the hill and that plane coming over, dropping that water, getting the camera all wet.
You know, this is when firefighters tell you, I mean, obviously before a brush fire, before it gets too dry, you should be hosing your houses down and clearing the brush. But when something like this happens, it's pretty dangerous for us to be out there and try to do it ourselves. As we could see, you know, it's so unsafe. I'm sure he didn't expect to have his footings lose his footing, but it happens. The area is very wet, and I'm sure you're excitable and you're nervous, but that's when, you know, you should leave and let firefighters do their.
Well, Captain DiGiovanno, who was in here earlier, he said, you know what? He says it's so dry, don't bother hosing your house down, because as soon as the water hits the house, it's going to be dry because of the wind. Doesn't matter.
You just see vapors. But we could have Gary Lineberry, who's been flying overhead in Canyon Country. And Gary, I don't know, is that white smoke we're seeing billowing over parts of Canyon Country right now?
Well, I'm not too sure it's white smoke. This is an area just west of Canyon High School here, Canyon Heights, and it is an area that they've been making the water drops on. The County Firehawk has been out here making about 900-gallon drops each time he comes around, and that's where they've held that fire away from those homes. So the smoke is a little bit lighter than it has been, and he'll be coming in for another water drop. But they've been doing a lot of work here trying to keep that fire away from the homes. Now the wind is tending to move it away from the homes further, but they'll be out here for another hour or so before they need to go for fuel, and they would really like to get this particular fire knocked down, so they're going to drop as much water as they can on here, hopefully to get this to lay down before they have to go back in tonight.
Where are they getting water from, Gary?
They're over at a junior high school just south of here, about a half a mile. They land in the field there, and they're pumping it to them with a fire engine there hooked to a hydrant. Normally they would snorkel with that Firehawk, but they don't snorkel at night because they have to do that over a body of water. So they're landing on the ground, pumping the tank full of water, and then flying back over here. About a 7 or 8 minute turnaround time.
Yeah, Gary, our reporters on the ground, every time we talk to him, especially Josh Rubenstein, we could really hear the wind in his microphone. How tough is it for you navigating up in the sky with that breeze tonight?
Well, it has calmed down a little bit now, strangely enough. It is not all that bad. It was really rough up here before. We're up pretty high, though, in order to stay out of the way of what's going on down there and also to get a good signal in for you. So we've climbed up fairly high, but it's very, very bumpy up here. Nothing like it is on the ground, of course. We saw Josh and Dave and some of the people down there on the ground. We heard the wind blowing across their microphone, and I'm sure that it's pretty windy up here, but not nearly as turbulent as it is for them down there.
All right, Gary Lineberry, thank you so much. Just stand by here for a moment. We always appreciate Gary's expertise because he used to be with the fire department. But we've been talking with Jennifer Sabi all night as well because she is keeping a close eye on animals this evening, particularly horses, and she's in Woodland Hills now at Pierce College. Jen?
Well, Pat, the residents of Malibu really took these fires seriously. This shelter, this evacuation center at Pierce College is almost full. More than 100 animals. They say they will not turn any animals away, however, even if they have to start tying them up to the fence posts.
You can hear it in the horse's whinny. The fright and panic that sets in when a creature is surrounded by smoke, threatened by flames, and completely reliant on the help of humans.
We were pulling two horses out, and as we pulled two horses out, a whole bunch of more neighbors started lining up and wanted to bring the horses down.
Horse owners in the Malibu fire zone seem to be getting as frantic as the animals. As night fell and the winds rose, Pierce College Equestrian Center, an evacuation point, got busy. Trailer after trailer full of animals started pouring in as owners came to realize it may get harder and harder to move their animals out.
What we're doing right now is we've got a call that there's a bunch of horses that were walked down out of a fire zone to a 7-Eleven parking lot at the end of Topanga Canyon.
They're all sort of moving into the corner there. Look at that.
Most creatures caught in the crossfire of the fires throughout Southern California right now are at the mercy of Mother Nature and human beings. These horses in Agua Dulce got caught in their locked corral as flames and smoke moved in. Someone was wise enough to unhinge the pen and set the animals free, give them a chance to make a break for it. And after a bit of confusion, they wisely headed for the hills and away from the flames. Horse experts say in this circumstance, setting them free was the best choice. Horses in the path of the Malibu fire and smoke were tethered to trailers and brought to Pierce College's Equestrian Center, where many are understandably nervous Nellies.
They're not used to being trailered, and so they get stressed out. They're pasture horses, so they're a little upset right now.
They're not happy, but at least they're out of harm's way. Now, Pierce College will take all animals here at this shelter as long as you bring food and water for them. If you have animals that need to be evacuated in the Canyon Country, Agua Dulce area, the large animals go to Antelope Valley Fairgrounds, the smaller one to the Castaic Animal Shelter. I'm reporting live from Woodland Hills. Jennifer Sabi, now back to you guys in the studio.
All right, we're watching three big fires here. The one in Canyon Country, 12,500 acres burned in Portola Springs in Orange County, 3,800 acres of burn, and of course the fire that Greg Mills reported on out in Ontario.
And according to our Kai Goldberg, weather is very important in these fires. We still have red flag and high wind warnings in effect until possibly Wednesday. Warmer temperatures tomorrow, folks, and wind gusts as high as 90 miles per hour in some areas.
All right, it's been an incredible day. I'm Glenn Walker.
And I'm Pat Harvey. Thank you for joining us. But there's more news ahead now on our sister station, CBS 2 News at 11.
No matter where you live, no matter how far you commute, there's one simple way to make it all a little.
On this event, please call area code 510-204-1667.
Join the
It's so convenient. It's fast.
My colored hair to Pantene Expressions. In your shade, brilliant. Shine.
Dave's got Jude Law, Sarah Silverman, and great moments in presidential speeches tomorrow.
It's fight night, pal.
An ultimate fighting champion pays the ultimate price.
People actually pay to watch this? Trust me, you wouldn't last a round. Abbott's talk screen shows massive steroid levels.
You may think you fight dirty, but trust me, you ain't seen nothing yet.
A new episode of Sharp next Sunday on CBS.
Breaking news next at 11. Devastating wildfires are destroying thousands of acres tonight.
From Canyon Country to the Inland Empire and south to Orange County, we have live team coverage next.
Nobody knows exactly why it happens. But when you get into a Volkswagen, it gets into you.
You say you wanna know where I go when I go.
A fire which started near Agua Dulce roared toward Canyon Country. 25 structures burned, 4 people injured, hundreds of residents evacuated.
A day-long battle in Malibu today. And
like Serena once.
Your wife would not want this.
This is Eyewitness News in high definition with live breaking news.
Breaking news, a state of emergency. At least 10 wildfires are burning tonight across Southern California. Dozens of homes have burned. Many more are in the line of fire. Good evening, I'm Leslie Sykes.
And I'm Micah Ullman. This is Eyewitness News at 11 o'clock. This dangerous day has turned into a dangerous night, a very dangerous night here in Southern California. Right now, wildfires are burning out of control across the Southland. Hundreds of homes remain threatened, triggering evacuations in dozens of neighborhoods. At least 10 wildfires are burning throughout Southern California. In Castaic, Santa Rosa Valley, up there in Ventura County, Lake Arrowhead. I understand that fire in Lake Arrowhead has been diminished and perhaps even neutralized, the threat there. Very much alive, a fire in Canyon Country. Also very much alive, a fire in Malibu. And Orange and Irvine, that is one fire. It started in Orange and has since spread into the city limits of Irvine. Tonight we have live breaking team coverage for you. John North standing by in Malibu. But first, we begin with Leo Stallworth, live in Canyon Country, where that rapidly moving fire has burned now more than 12,000 acres and destroyed at least 25 structures. The majority of those, we understand, Leo, homes.
Well, Micah, even at this hour, 11 o'clock at night, dozens and dozens of fire crews are still in this community trying to prevent more of this, a torched home. They're trying to prevent more burned homes. This is just one of the homes torched. Nearly 20 structures in all have been burned, several of them homes, thousands and thousands of acres destroyed, all from a brush fire that sprinted through Agua Dulce Canyon this afternoon and then raced south for Canyon Country. The fire made a direct hit on the north end of Whites Canyon. Several homes were engulfed in flames as panicked residents dashed to their cars, some with nothing but the clothes on their backs to evacuate. As fire moved dangerously close to Whites Canyon Road, evacuees tried to remain calm while stuck in gridlock on the Canyon Road, which is the main thoroughfare out of the area. We spoke to the man who lives next door to this destroyed home.
These people that live here are so nice and so wonderful, and it's just a shame to have something like that happen.
And you're next door?
Right on top up there, yes. And we actually had the power lines go down just recently, just about a half hour ago. And we're doing what we can to keep the hill soaking wet and keep all the hot ashes down. That's all we can do.
So you just had to throw some stuff in a bag and go down to the...
Yeah. For the baby, and unfortunately, fire's pretty close back up there. And
how you doing?
Well, I mean, I would have came more prepared, but they wouldn't let us through.
Around 9 tonight, dozens of fire trucks lined up in front of Canyon High School as fire came down a ridge across the street from the school. Luckily, crews were able to beat the fire back.
It's amazing. I mean, that fire overtook everything. It's in a matter of hours.
And folks, this is a live picture, Air 7 up, showing us what's going on at this hour. fire still burning, brush still being torched, homes at this moment still threatened, and fire crews out there rounding the wagons, setting up structure protection around this community here in Canyon Country, a community that has been devastated by this fire. Several homes burned, and authorities trying to prevent more from being burned overnight. So this firefight continues here in Canyon Country. Live in Canyon Country, Leo Starworth, ABC 7 Eyewitness News.
Okay, Leo, thanks very much for that live report. And we're going to go now to Malibu, one of the first fires that has been raging all day. In Malibu, we have John North on the ground there in the Carbon Canyon area of Malibu. 2,200 acres so far. What is the update you have for us now, John?
It's now 10% contained, and the winds have picked up as expected. And to the right of me, or over my right shoulder anyway, up in the hill to the northeast of the Civic Center where we are, there's a spot fire that kicked up. The fire, as you said, is now 2,200 acres. 3 homes have been destroyed, 2 businesses, 10 homes have been damaged, and 6 businesses damaged. Earlier tonight, flashlights and headlamps lit the way for a hand crew cutting a line below Carbon Mesa. A fire camp and command posts were established at the Civic Center. That fire that started a few miles north at Piuma Road was fed by blowing embers and winds gusting to more than 60 miles an hour. The Presbyterian Church was destroyed. So was most of the landmark Kashan Castle, listed earlier this year for $17 million. Hundreds of people were evacuated as the embers touched off fires that destroyed 5 homes, including these in Malibu Colony.
Progress has been made, but I want to emphasize that this is a very dynamic and a potentially dangerous situation.
Pepperdine University was threatened for a time, and students were moved into the cafeteria as a precaution. 4 of the damaged businesses were in the Malibu Colony Shopping Center. Given the intense high winds, it's surprising to many that there were no injuries, and damage was not more extensive.
We are very, very lucky as we stand here tonight that the damage has been as limited as it has been. But it's not over. Tonight is going to be a very long night.
It is going to be a very long night, and as we showed you a little earlier, the spot fire, there is no prediction as to when it will be totally contained. As a result of this fire, Pepperdine University classes will be closed tomorrow, and so will be classes at the Malibu schools. Live from the Civic Center in Malibu, I'm John North, ABC 7 Eyewitness News.
John, we thank you for your coverage throughout the day and into the night here on Eyewitness News. In the words of Chief Michael Freeman, quote, "This is a long way from over here in Malibu," and we move now from the things affected to the people affected in Malibu. Some 13,000 residents in that city, many of them have been evacuated, has been forced to find another place to sleep tonight. We continue our breaking live team coverage now with Shubha Ravindran, who's standing by at the Malibu Colony Shopping Center, where some businesses and nearby homes have been damaged. Shubha.
That's right, Micah. This is a good example of some of the damage caused by this Malibu fire earlier today. Take a look. This is the tower of a bank here in this shopping complex here in Malibu Colony. As you can see, it looks like it's just about to topple over. Now, this business, as well as some homes behind this center, were damaged earlier today by this fire. And as you mentioned, a lot of people remain evacuated tonight. A lot of people, though, staying in their homes this evening just to make sure this fire doesn't spark up again.
Tonight, residents near Malibu Colony are hosing down their homes and staying vigilant. The fire may be gone, but the threat is not.
The embers fly like little fairies across, and then they land wherever they land, which could be land on a deck or a roof or in dry brush. And then the wind blows them like you would to start a little fire. And the next thing you know, you can have a fire.
Russell Kern already had a scare today when the Malibu fire rolled through near his home. Firefighters were quick. Only his jacuzzi and gazebo were damaged, but he says it could have been a lot worse.
Fire captain came by, I'd say 4 or 5 weeks ago, said, "Listen, you got a lot of brush. I'm going to ask you to clear it." And we didn't realize how much brush it was. But it was 40 feet high by 40 feet wide by 200 feet long. It took 3 weeks to clear it. But thank God, without clearing that, this house and the neighbor's house would be gone.
It was a scary situation, to say the least, for hundreds of Malibu residents as the fire blazed through neighborhoods this morning. Some evacuees, like this man, barely got out.
And my wife and I were there, and we saw the flames, and it was getting pretty crazy, and the smoke started coming in. We just took off. And as we were coming up PCH right here, it jumped the highway, and there was flames. We had to ride through the flames.
But other evacuees like Rob McLeod are staying put tonight and protecting their homes. He says his power and phone lines may be out, but he's not going anywhere.
I think it's good to have a couple homeowners on each block, even though the police tell you it's time to leave. The firemen really like having people watching the front decks and the sides and under the properties, because lots of times they're traveling by and they can't see underneath the homes.
Quite a crazy day for people out here in Malibu today. As you can see, the wind still picking up here tonight, and this is a big concern for people. They want to make sure this wind doesn't cause this fire to spark up again either tomorrow or the next day. So a lot of them are going to be keeping a watchful eye on their homes. Another big concern for them is the power. At this point, we don't know when that's going to be turned back on for them. Reporting live in Malibu, Shubha Ravindran, ABC 7 Eyewitness News.
Okay, Shubha, thanks very much for that. Firefighters in East Orange County are trying to get the upper hand on a wind-whipped brush fire that is raging out of control at this hour. So far, mandatory evacuation orders are not in place, but a nearby toll road and several other roadways into the area are closed. Eyewitness News reporter Eileen Frere joins us live from Irvine with the latest on the firefighting efforts there. Eileen.
And Leslie, we're at Portola Parkway and Yale in the city of Irvine, actually in the Northwood community, which is the community that authorities are warning people to stay indoors, keep your windows and doors closed to keep the smoke out. But you can see some people are just so curious coming out here, risking the smoke. You can see some of the people maybe through the smoke there covering their faces. The smoke is just so thick here. Now, we have some video that we can show you that we shot less than half an hour ago. This is in the Hicks Canyon area where authorities say this is the only area where there were some structures damaged by fire, and we did see some structures burning there. The fire broke out at around 6 o'clock this evening in the area of Santiago Canyon Road and Silverado Canyon Road in East Orange County. At that point, it was only 20 acres. It ended up crossing the 241 toll road. The flames began heading toward Northwood and Portola Springs residential areas. No homes, though, have been damaged by this fire. Firefighters did say that they managed to protect a couple of $1 million worth of equipment at what appeared to be a construction site not far from where we are here, but the wind gusts continue through the evening, keeping embers flying. At this hour, we're told that 3,800 acres have burned. Fortunately, though, no evacuations have been ordered, and authorities say no injuries have been reported, no homes lost. Again, though, people are being urged to stay inside. We did find a lot of people outside, though, just curious because they haven't seen the fire burning this close in a very long time. And joining me is Ehsan Sanaki. He has lived here for several years. And describe for me what it was like when you came home and you saw the smoke.
Well, it was around 6 o'clock when I was driving from south of Irvine, and I saw this big black cloud, and that raised my attention because I saw that black cloud was coming right where I lived. So when I was coming in, I actually was able to see the flames from the hills. So it was a unique scene, as you can say.
Your family's taken some precautions just in case you have to leave?
Yeah, well, my father, he gathered his important financial documents, and my mother gathered some valuables. But other than that, it was very to the basic limits.
And as we hear some sirens going past us now, I'm not sure what that is about right now. But you are prepared to go if you have to?
Well, knowing the city of Irvine, our law enforcement and our fire department, this has never happened here. So in case if we were on call, if we got a call, but we were just standing by.
And what are you doing out here? They're telling you to stay indoors. It's pretty smoky out here.
I tried to come about around 8 o'clock, and the wind speed was a lot higher, and it was actually really hard to breathe. But now, it's kind of calmed down, so now I kind of came outside to see what's going on out here.
Okay, well, you take care of yourself.
Thank you.
Okay, just one of the residents who's lived here for several years and out here, even though they're advising, it has, as he was mentioning, has improved a little bit, but there is quite a bit of smoke out here. If you can see against the lights, it's pretty smoky out here. We do have to tell you as well that there has been some closures. The 241 Toll Road is closed in both directions. Santiago Canyon Road from El Toro and Jamboree and Portola Parkway, and the 261 to Sand Canyon. The 261 is also closed in both directions. As we listen to another Irvine police car go by, we're not sure what that's about. We'll be looking into that. That's the latest from here. Fortunately, though, things could have been a lot worse here. Firefighters are working on this. It's 5% contained, 3,800 acres burned, and fortunately no evacuations ordered at this hour. Reporting live from Irvine, Eileen Ferrer, ABC7 Eyewitness News.
Okay, thanks a lot, Eileen. No homes lost, no injuries there as well, so that is good news at this point. The big question, how long will this hot, dry weather be with us? Danny Romero is here now with a look ahead. Danny.
I'll tell you what, we're still looking at the winds staying with us. Right now, kind of the lull in the Santa Ana event, but the strong winds ready to come back again. Passes and canyons could see gusts 80 to 90 miles per hour. So the high wind warning in effect. 25, 35 mile per hour winds through 6 p.m. Monday for Orange County, Riverside, and San Bernardino County areas. Until 3 p.m. on Tuesday, the high wind warning in effect. L.A., Ventura County, Santa Clarita Valley under that high wind warning. Now, the winds will die down, but the red flag warning, because of the very, very low humidities, will be in effect. All areas of Southern California under the red flag warning through 4 p.m. on Tuesday. We saw winds today, 80, 90 mile per hour gusts in the passes and canyons. Right now, a bit of a lull. We will see those again during the early morning hours through noon tomorrow as more of these high winds continue, as that Santa Ana condition persists with us. Hot, dry weather still for us another day or two, and even when the winds die down, the dryness stays there, so the red flag could very well be extended into Wednesday or Thursday. For now, though, just through Tuesday, and at the moment, fire's still burning. Leslie, Micah, go ahead.
You got it, Danny. And as our coverage progressed throughout the afternoon here on Eyewitness News, we spent so much time talking about what was going on in Malibu, and as the afternoon progressed into evening, what was going on and is going on in the Canyon Country area and also in Orange County. But to the east, far inland, there were some trouble spots as well today. We dispatched Inland Empire Bureau Chief Bob Banfield to a known trouble spot where the winds are always so very high in the Cajon Pass. There were a number of big rigs that tipped over where the 210 meets the 15 at the base of the Cajon Pass. Bob spent a little bit of time in Lytle Creek as well, which runs along the western edge of the Cajon Pass. He filed this report for us late today.
Trains are running again through the Cajon Pass tonight. For hours, 3 small fires in the area generated heavy smoke that stopped rail and freeway traffic for hours, while fire crews were able to put out the flames in a span of 4 hours despite the heavy winds.
Sierra Fire in Fontana is now 100% contained. It's held at 300 acres. All the mandatory evacuations have been lifted. The fire in Devore has been 100% contained with 90 acres. And the one in Glen Helen is at 40 acres and it's fully contained. As you can see, the winds are definitely still a problem in our county.
A number of residents were ordered from their homes in the Sierra Lakes area. One vacant home was burned in this area. There were no injuries. A number of big rigs are resting on the side of the 15, 215, and 210 freeways tonight, victims of the furious gusts. Residents and firefighters inland are very happy this day is over. They're breathing easier. But with the winds continue to blow, they know things can change rapidly. Bob Banfield, ABC7 Eyewitness News, Devore.
And a dangerous situation is unfolding tonight in Ontario as well. We are told there are 3 separate fires in the south part of the city, 2 hay fires and 1 structure fire. Winds are extremely strong there, up to 60 miles an hour. Visibility is limited. The fires broke out just before 8 o'clock tonight. There are mandatory evacuations near Schaefer and Walker, and we will stay on top of that situation in Ontario and bring you more as we get it.
Leslie, a quick programming note as we press forward here tonight. At 11 o'clock throughout the night, we will have complete coverage of the Southern California wildfires, the evacuations, the road closures, and any school closings, and there are a host of them. You can get all of that on our website at abc7.com.
We'll also have an expanded version of Eyewitness News this coming morning, starting at 4 a.m., and Eyewitness News at 11 continues in just 60 seconds.
You bet. Ahead right here, another dangerous fire racing across parts of San Diego County. We'll
Fire 88, engine 45, engine 558, engine 167, engine 82, engine...
When you saw the fire out in Malibu this morning, Steve, did you think it was going to come this way? Did you have any...
I would have never thought this would have happened.
Never thought this would happen. I was working all day, driving around, seeing the smoke, but I would have never thought it would have happened here.
All right, that was really Steve Navarro. He's a trucker, moves furniture. He lost his home. He lives just down the block. But earlier today, we also talked to Bayer. Let's roll that tape now. You don't have that tape? Well, he is one of the residents who was watching out for this fire tonight. 12,500 acres burned thus far. 25 structures. It started up north. It has hit all different canyons all along the way. It was not only a firestorm, it was like a fireworks show. Ridges after ridge after ridge lighting up, standing up in the night. And that is what the firefighters have had to deal with all night, and the residents. You see people watering down their houses. There are small homes. There are people on top with the hoses. There are big homes. Everybody's working together. And if you look down here, Dave, let's show. Big job for everybody, including the gas company. These guys are trying to find out where the pipes are so they can cut this thing off so that the leaking gas that's in the back doesn't hit anything else. So it's a big effort by a lot of people out here right now. People are crossing their fingers, just hoping that they'll get through the night with their home and their family intact. Reporting live from Canyon Country, Laurel Erickson, Channel 4 News.
Just perfect.
Less than 1 hour ago, Elsa?
Yeah, LA County Fire had a press conference just about an hour ago, Mike.
Qualified people to
Kick him out.
The sun went down, the winds kicked back up again, moving the fire near the town of Piru.
Now we see the look at some of the video we have of the fire. You'll realize why 12,500 acres have burned so far. They only have 10% containment. They say 25 structures have been lost. 400 fire personnel are working this fire right now, and firefighters tell us that 200 to 300 more will be arriving tomorrow morning. So far, there have been 4 injuries, 3 of them residents, 1 of them a firefighter. Southern California Edison says 900 homes in the Santa Clarita Valley right now are without power. The most frustrating factor for firefighters is the fact that these dangerous high winds are crippling their air assault.
Due to the winds and the speed of the winds, we can't fly any aircraft tonight, but they will be up and flying in the morning. We always have some equipment in reserve, so if something jumps up tonight, we have crews ready to be put on that spot.
If I don't change batteries. Go now.
I'm sorry I lost audio for just a minute, but I wanted to tell you that there are some major school closures that are affecting this area. You can go to our website to find a full list of schools that'll be shut down. Reporting live in Santa Clarita, Elsa Ramon, ABC7 Eyewitness News.
Okay, Elsa, thanks very much for that update. And down south in San Diego, firefighters are working to get a handle on 2 wind-fueled wildfires burning out of control there. The Harris Fire has scorched 14,000 acres in the city of Potrero near the Mexico border. Farther east, the Witch Creek Fire has charred nearly 10,000 acres in the Ramona area. At least 1 civilian was killed in the Harris Fire, and 17 others injured, including 4 firefighters. 2,000 homes have been evacuated. No injuries have been reported in the Witch Creek Fire, but Ramona is under mandatory evacuation.
And here closer to home, a decades-old Malibu hilltop landmark is no more tonight. The historic Castle Kashan was just one of the buildings destroyed today in the Malibu fire. Eyewitness News reporter Wendy Birch spoke exclusively to the owner of the castle, who tonight is vowing to rebuild.
This was the view from Air 7 around 9:30 a.m. this morning. One of Malibu's landmarks, the castle that sits on the hill, was burning to the ground. For the last decade, this magnificent estate home has been owned by Lily Lawrence, a generous friend to many, including this reporter. I was one of the first people she called to let me know that she made it out alive. And although too distraught to appear on camera, she did sit down to speak with me about the devastating loss of a castle she called home.
The fire was all around us. The fire, so even as we were speaking, the fire was engulfing the main house.
And what a magnificent house it was. Chandeliers hung from nearly every room. Tapestries covered the walls, and so did photographs. Hundreds of photographs painting the picture of Lily Fala Lawrence's remarkable life. We were one of the first news crews on the scene to discover that firefighters had managed to save many of those photos, from Lily's godfather, Aristotle Onassis, to images of Lily being greeted at the White House, to this portrait of her father. She herself only had a few minutes to grab a few precious mementos.
My immediate thought was after the kitties, naturally, after Jessie and Delilah. I immediately grabbed the phone books. I wasn't too concerned about jewelry, but I grabbed a few pieces. And as you just saw, Elvis's army fatigues, which I had bought a few years ago from Graceland. But really, it was my phone books.
Because that represents the people in your life.
Yes, of course. My parents taught me that not to allow my possessions to possess me. So that's the story. The house is a house.
Reporting in Malibu, Wendy Birch, ABC7 Eyewitness News.
It has been a long, dangerous day here in Southern California, one many of us will never forget.
Yeah, and for all the wrong reasons. We look live once again from this picture over Canyon Country right now. This is the most imminent threat of the many facing Southern California tonight. These high gusting winds that are racing through these canyons are dictating the coverage. They're dictating what firefighters can and in many cases tonight cannot do, primarily flying over many of these fires and water dropping. They're relegated to structure protection largely at this hour. Our coverage will continue here tonight with what we can expect tomorrow. Stay with us.
Wildfires burn across Southern California. Stay with Eyewitness News for continuing coverage. From evacuations to fire containment efforts, ABC7 reporters are on the fire lines with up-to-the-minute information. Get complete wildfire coverage with ABC7 Eyewitness News.
Most vehicles can help protect you during an accident. We'd prefer to help you avoid one altogether. The 2008 Lexus RX with 14 actively safe features. See your Southern California Lexus dealer.
Did you know Santa had a brother?
Come on, let's loosen it up in here. Let's make some bad decisions with each other.
Have I? This holiday season, share the warmth. Experience the wonder.
Can I get a ho-ho?
Holy cow. And embrace the brother.
I'm going to practice tough love on you.
Of all family comedies.
What kind of party are you dudes throwing?
Vince Vaughn, Paul Giamatti, Fred Claus.
You sure you want to be more comfortable down here on the bottom?
I don't think it's going to make much of a difference.
Rated PG. Starts November 9th.
Introducing the Lincoln Navigator and Navigator L Monochrome Limited Editions. Created in limited supply, this unique Navigator features 20-inch chrome aluminum wheels and includes no-charge exclusives such as specially painted monochrome exterior, ebony wood trim, premium two-toned leather trim seats, and more. Now, lease the Navigator Monochrome Limited Edition for just $539 a month. But you better act fast, because once they're gone, they're gone. Hurry to your California Lincoln dealer today.
Hey, Mom. Hey, Julie, I need you home by 5, okay? Mom, I think it's breaking up. Honey, you have the Verizon network. Maybe it's on your end.
No, we have the Verizon network at home now, too.
Mom, there's bears here.
I'll see you at 5.
Bears?
Get Verizon home phone and wireless service together with unlimited calls between your wireless and home phone starting at $59.99. Double the reliability, double the value. Verizon.
How to decode the signals your body is sending you. Tonight's Oprah.
Breaking news, a live shot there from Malibu. You can see a patch of fire burning right there as those flames continue to rush across the area. 2,200 acres there. It's 10% contained right now in Malibu, one of the major fires we've been covering all day long.
And contrary to what you would understand with fire behavior and wind behavior is that winds would die down at night. But Danny, as you come on the air here with us, these winds are actually increasing as the night
We're going to see
on.
that certainly over the next 4 or 5 hours during the early morning hours, especially right before sunrise. We're going to really see those winds kick up. We're going to see gusts like we saw early this morning as well. We saw gusts going 60 to 80 miles per hour, some mountain gusts. topping 100 miles up at Whitaker Peak, 100-mile-per-hour winds. So we'll see that once again. I'm talking about the Santa Ana conditions with us. I'll show you what that Santa Ana condition is all about and give you an idea what's coming our way in terms of all the warnings and all going on outside. Here we go to a live HD shot, our camera from LAX, where for the most part, coastal temps are turned around, warmer on the coast than inland. Right now, here's going over the warnings for you. High wind warning with winds 25 to 35 miles per hour, gusts to 80 miles per hour. Now, this is in effect through 6 p.m. Monday for Orange, Riverside, and San Bernardino County areas. All areas, valleys, mountains, coast. Through 3 p.m. Tuesday, the high wind warning in effect for L.A. and Ventura County areas and Santa Clarita Valley as well. Now, the red flag warning, this applies to the winds and also the very, very low humidities, the very dry conditions. All areas of Southern California under the red flag warning through 4 p.m. on Tuesday. However, the probably could change, have it extended to Wednesday or Thursday before the week is done. We're going to track this, of course, through the week. Today, 65 and clear downtown. Humidity is 35% there, still very dry. Barometer reading on the high side. High pressure, again, another sign of the warm conditions and dry conditions we're having over Southern California. Now, watch this. Very cool in Lancaster. High desert in the 40s, but look at the coastal temps. In the 70s at LAX, Van Nuys at 73, Camarillo at 75 degrees. All that warm Santa Ana air moving from the inland areas and heating up as it moves through the area. Watch what it does here. High pressure, you can see everything's just cleared out. What the Santa Ana winds do is they move into Southern California, coming down over the mountains into the valleys. And as these winds move from those passes and move down from the mountaintops down to the valleys, watch this as the winds go. You're going to see they drop down in, and as they do this, the air descends and warms, and then as it moves, the friction heats up even more. So those 20, 40-mile-per-hour winds, indicative of Santa Ana conditions, and as these winds continue to drop down into those valleys and passes and canyons, we'll see them increase with gusts 60 to 80 miles per hour tonight into tomorrow, and then even more so, we're going to see things really start to kick up when the dryness sets in as well, and that dry condition will stay with us Wednesday and Thursday. So when the winds die down, we're still not out of the fire danger, because then we're going to see things really start to just dry out. And looking ahead now, the live Mega Doppler 7000 HD 7-day shows you how long we're going to have this. Temps in the 90s, LA Metro, Orange County area, with those winds still there until Wednesday or Thursday. They'll probably die down a little bit Wednesday to like advisory level, but still be there, and certainly very, very dry. Now, here's where it's really dangerous. The valley inland spots. We're going to see temperatures getting near 100 degrees by Tuesday. The wind certainly there. Gusts up to 80 miles per hour tomorrow in those passes and canyons. Triple digits in the mountain areas, and staying warm right through midweek into the weekend. So as the temperatures stay warm and the dry conditions especially stay with us longer, that fire danger will stay with us as well. All right.
Danny, thank
All
you.
right, Danny.
And coming from the governor's office, a state of emergency has been declared for much of Southern California as we continue to stay on top of several dangerous fires burning.
And let's take a live look from Air 7. This is a shot in Canyon Country of a fire burning up a ridge there. This is one of course, about 10, 12 fires that we are following here in Southern California. 25 structures lost, more than 12,000 acres in that particular fire. And it appears that the cause may have been downed power lines because of all of this wind. We will continue to follow it coming back.
With XM satellite radio, a 403 horsepower engine, and best-in-class highway gas mileage, the Cadillac Escalade is beautiful inside and out. Visit your Southern California Cadillac dealer for this attractive offer.
Monday at 11, hormones and alcohol. What women don't know about the combination could get them drunk.
I never thought it could happen to me.
How can a happy hour turn into a DUI? What you need to know. The Hormone Connection. Monday at 11 on ABC7.
Introducing the all-new Nissan Rogue. With our intuitive all-wheel drive system that reacts to the road in a tenth of a second. And a fuel-efficient 27 miles per gallon. It's a whole new crossover from Nissan. The all-new Nissan Rogue. Game on.
Today's busy and stressful lifestyle, irregular diet, and aging can lead to an unbalanced digestive system. That's why there's Yakult, the delicious probiotic drink that packs good things into a small package. Created over 70 years ago, Yakult's exclusive Lactobacillus casei shirota helps maintain the balance of your digestive system. Millions of families around the world enjoy the benefits of drinking Yakult every day. And now, you can too. Introducing Yakult. Every day, for everybody.
Homework was a very frustrating time for us.
For help with reading, math, test prep, and more, Sylvan pinpoints what kids need to succeed.
He went from B's and C's to A's and B's. Now I even help my brothers with homework.
Call 1-800-EDUCATE.
We went to California and swapped people's vehicles for 1 week. We didn't tell them we were from Ford. We told them it was market research.
I swapped my Nissan Murano for the Ford Edge. It's gorgeous. It's very smooth. I mean, it's almost effortless. I think I'm really getting a little spoiled. Oh, nice. No way. I guess it's the little things, and I didn't realize how much the little things matter.
Now you can lease a Ford Edge SC for only $299 a month. So go ahead, swap your ride. Visit your Ford dealer today.
And so tonight at 35 past the hour, we understand that gusts of winds are actually increasing as we move into the night here. There is a substantial wall of flame firefighters are still looking at in Canyon Country, and now these hot spots flaring up within the last couple of minutes in Malibu. Our fire coverage will continue here tonight. There is some other news, though, that we are following on this Sunday night. A freeway shooting has left a man dead in Baldwin Park. Witnesses reported a body in one of the eastbound lanes of the 10 freeway. Police found a man in his 30s with a gunshot wound to the head. Authorities shut down the freeway near the Baldwin Park off-ramp. So far, no arrests have been made, but witnesses are telling police tonight they saw what they believe was a white pickup or SUV, and they believe, these witnesses do, that the gunman was the passenger in that car.
Hundreds of sanitation workers have turned down the latest contract offered by Waste Management. They have been on strike since Friday morning. The Teamsters Union says the workers are unhappy with their current contract. They want more health benefits. But Waste Management says the contract is fair. Union leaders say they want to return to negotiations to work out an agreement. In the meantime, replacement workers are being brought in. One other note, the recycling program in Long Beach has been suspended for tomorrow.
Another quick commercial break before we leave you, reminding you a state of emergency has been declared here in Southern California.
Nearly a dozen wildfires burning across several counties. You're looking live at the one in Canyon Country. Strong Santa Ana winds fueling those fires. We're staying on top of all the new developments, the latest coming up.
Dr. Oz with a special report on a subject nobody really wants to think about, but affects each and every one of us. Candid confessions from people who are facing death.
What do you want to say to your children?
Next Oprah. Monday at 3 here on ABC7.
Today, I'm going to be in a car accident.
My accident will be the reason everyone's late to work.
In 20 minutes, I will be in a 3-car collision.
Right at the end of the street, I will get hit by someone who runs the light. Come on, kids.
Engineering safety into every car we build. Feel the reassurance of driving an Audi. Visit your local Audi dealer today.
Dodge Ram, the longest lasting, most durable line of full-size pickups. And with an available Cummins turbo diesel, Ram is the strongest and cleanest full-size pickup ever, helping you to make the most of every mile. Get 0% APR for 60 months or $6,000 cash allowance on 2007 Ram 1500.
With organizations such as this, with facilities such as this, that's where kids' dreams begin.
I have never met an organization as giving as the Pechangas have been to the community. I mean that very sincerely, and I've lived here for 37 years. And I knew the Pechanga tribe when they couldn't afford to give. and they still gave.
Nurturing future generations is a tradition at Pechanga, and I proudly welcome the children of our communities to this facility.
Hey, Jack. I thought you were getting a Toyota Corolla.
Well, I was. Then I found out this Mazda 3's got more interior room, more standard horsepower, and been getting some great reviews. I don't see why anyone would get a Corolla.
Right now, get 1.9% APR financing on the 08 Mazda 3 4-door and 5-door. Discover a better way, the Zoom Zoom way.
And we do have time for a few sports highlights today. There were a few. Kurt Sandoval joining us here in Glendale. Of course, you live up in the Santa Clarita Valley and have been witness to much of what we've been reporting today.
Fortunately, our home is not threatened by this thing, but you're sitting here watching you guys all afternoon, and your smoke is surrounding, and you really can't enjoy sports today because you're a little disconcerted about what's going on around you. So for those of you who didn't see much sports, I will tell you in terms of baseball right now, it's the Rockies and the Red Sox. Boston secured its second trip to the World Series in 4 years with yet another comeback, rallying this time from a 3-1 deficit in the American League Championship Series against Cleveland. Boston rallied by outscoring them 30-5 over the past 3 games. 24-year-old leadoff hitter Dustin Pedroia will make more money advancing to the World Series than he made all year. Look at that shot as he drove in 5 runs tonight. Put them up 5-2. Cleveland thought they tied it when Ryan Garco gives it a ride in the 8th inning, but when it's caught on the warning track, Tribe's thinking about the long ride home. Sox then blew it open with a 6-run 8th inning. Look at this shot by Kevin Youkilis. Hits the Coke sign, then Boston hit the champagne. They win the American League pennant. They'll host the Rockies of Colorado in Game 1 of the World Series that starts on Wednesday. USC moved up from 14th to 12th in the BCS poll. They will be at number 5 Oregon this Saturday. Arizona State is 4th in the BCS, so a win over both those teams would vault the Trojans right back into the national championship picture. UCLA, who is tied with the Sun Devils for the Pac-10 lead, is not ranked in the BCS or AP poll. Phil Jackson only played Kobe Bryant 16 minutes against the Clippers tonight. Andrew Bynum, whom Kobe criticized in the offseason, turns 20 later this week, and the kid played pretty well tonight, scoring 16 points in 27 minutes. Lakers were down 6 at the break, and have you seen Al Thornton, the Clippers rookie? He was sensational, scoring 10 of his 24 points in the fourth. He's averaging a team-best 19 points in the preseason. Clippers take this one 112-96. Jordan Farmar led the Lakers with 19. Who else other than Jared would start the Subway 500 for NASCAR fans? Martinsville is one of the shortest and trickiest tracks on the circuit. They had a record 21 caution flags today. On lap 226, Dale Earnhardt Jr. pushes one, Pablo Montoya aside, and takes the lead. Little E finished 23rd. Jimmy Johnson and his teammate, Jeff Gordon, racing to the finish. And it's Jimmy Johnson taking checkers. Jeff Gordon still leads in the Cup race by 53 points with 4 laps to go. So again, nice job today. Watching you in Santa Clarita, you felt like a little security.
Yeah. Well, best to you and yours as we make our way through this situation that is growing more and more difficult by the hour here in Southern California. Tens of thousands of acres have gone up in flames.
It's been such a devastating day here in Southern California. We're going to have a complete wrap-up straight ahead here on Eyewitness News. We'll be right back.
Have you ever led an expedition? Have you ever been honored by the Louvre? Have you ever protected nobility? Have you ever seen the curvature of the earth? Range Rover has.
So, you're in my daughter's 5, huh?
Yes, sir.
I'm in there, too.
Oh.
My picture's right next to yours. It's almost like I'm watching you all the time.
Is that my phone?
Yes.
Are you ready to go?
Yes.
Bye, Daddy. I love you.
Love you.
Who's in your Fave 5?
Have a good night.
With my Faves, each family member gets unlimited calls to any 5 people, any number, even landlines. T-Mobile. Stick together.
With convenient flights every day, Southwest Airlines gives you the freedom to do business out of town and still come home at night.
Winston, I'm home!
Starting November 4th, fly Southwest Airlines on one of over 40 daily nonstops from LAX to the Bay Area for just $39, including new service to SFO.
You are now free to move about the country.
Introducing the all-new all-wheel drive Subaru Impreza with audio and video inputs, a 170 horsepower engine, and a starting price under 17 grand. The Subaru Impreza, 4 doors, 5 doors, and unlimited possibilities.
Right now, lease the all-new 2008 Subaru Impreza for only $199 per month.
Closed captioning for Eyewitness News at 11 on ABC7 is brought to you by Chevrolet. See your Southern California Chevy dealer or visit us at SoCalChevy.com.
Time and Temp is brought to you by Bank of America, Bank of Opportunity.
Updating you now on the fires burning in Southern California. Governor Arnold Schwarzenegger has declared a state of emergency in 7 counties after at least 10 wildfires broke out in the Southland and caused widespread evacuations. A fire in the Canyon Country area has burned more than 12,000 acres. It is now 10% contained. At least 25 structures have been destroyed. 4 people there have been hurt. In Malibu, 2,000 acres have burned, and there is now a containment of 10%. 5 homes and 2 businesses have burned, including a landmark castle and a church. A fire in Orange is threatening homes in Irvine as it blazes across 3,800 acres. It is now 5% contained. In San Bernardino County, 3 fires are burning, 1 vacant home was destroyed, and 5 to 10 homes are threatened.
And Danny, remarkably, the winds you're saying are going to actually increase as we go through the night.
Between now and noon tomorrow, we're going to very, very easily see gusts 40 to 50 miles per hour. I should say 80 to 90 mile per hour gusts, sustained winds 40 to 50 miles per hour in those passes and canyons. The high wind warning in effect now through 6 p.m. Monday for Orange, Riverside, and San Bernardino counties, through 3 p.m. Tuesday for LA, Ventura counties and Santa Clarita Valley. Again, those gusts to 80, 90 miles per hour. So starting early morning hours through noon tomorrow. Looking ahead, the live Mega Doppler 7000 HD 7-day forecast shows you how things are going to stay really warm through the first part of the week with those winds still there. Valley inland spots, we're going to see temperatures approaching 100 degrees by Tuesday, and those winds, again, gusting to 80, 90 miles per hour in the mountains and passes and canyons are very, very warm, windy, hot conditions still ahead.
Andy, thank you for your services throughout the day, this day of widespread tragedy here in Southern California, and let us hope that we have seen the worst of it. We will have complete coverage of the Southern California wildfires, the evacuations, the road closures, and the growing number of school closures on our website, abc7.com.
We'll also have an expanded version of Eyewitness News tomorrow morning starting at 4 a.m. For all of us at Eyewitness News, have a safe night. Stay tuned for the Oprah Winfrey Show.
Bye-bye.